Kinda doubt it. Kinda doubt it. The original Final Fantasy VII for $3 though. Now that's the price. Now that's the price. And all the weeb stuff. The Chaos for $20. Well, that's the original price. Oh, the voice of cards stuff. There's a whole trilogy of this one even. They did it really fast there. Yeah, the Yoko Taro there. Yoko Taro on that one. They got the whole trilogy. That was very fast. But it was just like one out, then boom, already another one, and now it's trilogy. Insane. Gigi expensive even on sales? Yeah, basically. I mean, Weeb's buying, so they be selling. Oh, they be selling. Contraband police 30%. A new cycle already on 20%. So the reviews on this one mostly positive actually, yeah. Didn't do anything about like the in the end about like the AI and stuff there. Did they remove it, I wonder? Because I remember there was this like the AI quest from the NPCs, and Gibbon was like very against that. No, that one really mentions that. Maybe they turned it. Maybe they cut that. Let's turn the features somewhere, maybe. Story and lore. I think it was like somewhere in the features actually, so maybe they did cut it out to not have problems with Gibbon. Because it sort of just had like the GPT there pretty much. Just like NPCs arriving and you can like talk with them, chat with them. Ask them about things happening and stuff, get the quest from them. Shield's art as Shinkansen. Another one. Pumping some more horror stuff. See, that's what you need to do, Ultan. And get Ultan's, you know, giga scary shit. That's it. Then you just need like maybe maybe like one being, you know, somewhat successful. And then, yeah, then everything with the all other ones with your name will be selling. Because, oh shit, it's not a horror for Bultan. Pooge. If you encounter any technical issues, do the following. Update GPU driver, lower graphics settings, update Windows, check your antivirus, delete save, try again, check if your PC meets the system requirements. Damn, son. Dragon's Dogma should get the guide like that too, probably. Probably. And the Shinkansen, like the super speedy train or whatever. Not yeah, the bullet train. 23rd of March. Already wishlisted by Ella. Haven't played yet though, I guess. Already very positive, eh? Product received for free, product refunded. Yes. Alright. Received for free and then refunded. Interesting. No, people not really complaining about it running bad though, so it's not too bad in the end. Bergi in space. Oh, it's the one we saw with the some dang fisting as a bear and stuff too. Unleash your inner bear. And the over-the-top bullet hell FPS. Yeah, that one was quite dang. So there's on one on the future game show. And it's already out. That was pretty fast. And actually transform into bear. the first person VR action. Seems like this one is doing alrighty. Actually really good. Getting up to speed with that one there. If you love boomer shooters like Doom Eternal, you love this. Not sure it's serious, so it's like, you know, a little sarcastic there, a little, I guess, maybe. Yeah, Doom Eternal, my favorite boomer shooter. My favorite boomer shooter there. Forgotten World Prologue. Ah, the card battlers. Another one, eh? A game about growth and forgetting. A card adventure named Rescue. Card adventure named Rescue. Huh? Oh, I see the lost in translation, alright. If you are Alice from Parallel World, how will you lead the poker army to save the Forgotten World, eh? Oh, the poker too, damn son. More Balotra likes, man. You see, this is the speed you need to go with the likes, man. This is the speed you need, eh? And not, you know... Not when you're already like decade late for the trend or something. Yeah, maybe not the decade, but at least, you know, kind of like 8 years or something with like better yalls and stuff, for example. Well, decade that would be MOBA probably. Curiosity. And drawn in the cute adventure puzzle, eh? The way of Yera. Battles need powerful weapons. Strategy at hand is key. Rookie adventure and a new healer in a dungeon quest. The core gameplay involving hand-picked methods using weapons and items. Fight or purify, heal or alter. Choice is in your hands. Like, you know, when you see all these, well, actually, let me see how much. Positive. Okay, then maybe my point is not working that well, though. It's like, you know, everyone is like, you need to get like the game description being super good to get the good conversion and stuff, and then you read this shit with Google Translate. But yeah, seems like English-speaking audience is not the biggest here, though. 22 English-speaking, so yeah, I guess the Chinese description text is a little better because the rest of them seemingly probably in Chinese. I'll see how it is. Which is another also like example of the thing I was mentioning. Maybe it is actually kind of 5-head idea to get to target some like local markets with like really low decent price, and then, you know, that region with the low price and everything gonna boost your game in visibility, like it's here in the international sort of, I guess. Well, at least not Chinese for sure. Steam, just because the Chinese reviews are pumping it very hard. Like 100 reviews, out of them only 22 are in English, so maybe. Actually, maybe because it's free also. Maybe when there is different regional prices, it kind of calculates the system differently, but I kind of doubt it, though. Midnight Goose Hunt. Stealing your name there. Is it down to early access or something? Probably, right? Yeah, 1.0 release out now, alright. I see, like, something fresh is out and it's on 60% discount. But... kinda sus. Yeah, the multiplayer hide and seek, alright. See, I remember that one. Trying to get that one another wave of popularity. Slice in the dice. That one's bumping too. Silton, I see. Didn't work. In which way? What was expected of it? Slice and dice, I need to check again probably. Maybe it exists somewhere on the key platforms, but I haven't seen. I have not seen that. Then let me see if I still can. Still can see that somehow. Seem like here. Maybe here. No, doesn't seem. The Final Stand Ragnarok is still here though. They still be pushing that one. Still be pushing that one. Yes, Slices die and dice not there. Notify me, it says. When it will be available, I guess. Seems like it's not still. Alright. Probably remote, could be. Don't give a shit about marketing, maybe. This one I need to still kind of to get found. I still need to get found somehow though. And get caught by a big YouTuber. I think this one is kind of like has a little different, a longer story though, wasn't it? It wasn't this one. Already kind of known for different reasons. Oh, niche.io, I see, alright. Oh, and mobile too, okay, I see. Word of mouth is word of mouth, alright. So it's from each, alright. That kind of also could be a little bit of an interesting idea with the each stuff. But the thing is, like, each has so much stuff going on that getting that level of success, I guess, would be kind of tricky, though. That would be probably tricky. Well, I mean, YouTubers covers because, like, it sometimes kind of goes other way around, you know. They willingly cover stuff when there's it's kind of like it has two different ways. One way is like, you know, when you kind of don't really have anything planned or something and you get contacted by the dev and you kind of like, all right, let's see what it is. And another one is when something everyone is talking about and you are kind of like, well, shit, I also need to talk about it because there is a demand and content for that stuff. So sometimes you kind of like create the demand by making videos about it, but with some games the demand is already there. You just need to kind of hop on the train. Been out for a few years, I see. Stop playing game if it's real unpopular. It's not usually the main thing. It's kind of like if there is like something else, for example, to play and everything, then I might switch. It might kind of push me to switch like easier or to move it kind of off stream or something. Hey Focus, hello, how we doing? Like if there is not enough time, like Raven Dawn, for example, right? Like MMOs usually are like that. I play them for some time, then I either get tired, or if I'm not tired, then I kind of like play them a bit less and moving them off stream, sorta. But whenever there is time, I kind of bring them back, like with Raven Dawn. That might happen. That kinda happens sometimes. Silton, I say. So kinda like... It's not the thing that drives my decision making, but you take that in account for sure. Like all the people who say that, you know, just like ignore the numbers always, I constantly ignore the numbers, that's usually just kind of like a bunch of copium there. Or they already kind of made it and they kind of can, you know, just watch paint dry and everything and it will be enough already anyway. And when you switch to something completely random and there's still gonna be like, you know, a few thousand people watching, yeah, then you can say that you don't care about numbers anymore, I guess. I guess then you can. So yeah, in general, kind of like try to use the principle, not like being like completely driven by the number stuff, but I do kind of take it in account sometimes. Like if it's a choice between, you know, I want to play both things and one things will be more popular and one less, then yeah, I guess it will be something more popular with a higher priority for sure. Or if I want to play something and don't have time, I might as well kind of remove something that is a little less popular and like do it off stream if I really want to. Or return to it some other time. It happens with card games sometimes, to be honest. Like it would be nice to like play like a bunch of stuff. Like even out of the recent things. Like for example like Dice Folk I would play some more gladly. Like Soul Forge I'd play some more gladly. What else was there? Corrupted was alright, but kind of like... Can live without it, I guess. Can live without it, I guess. Like Balatro and stuff. Balatro is actually kind of still popular. Can play Balatro too, but like that's exactly the reason like, I don't have time really. Like I would play some more of those, but like... the time, man. The time. Too much stuff to play. Too much stuff to play. Yeah, we're gonna be moving next a month already. In a couple of weeks, we be moving. We be moving. That's gonna be like 6 months. 6 months per country. Maybe. Then some plans will change, we'll see. Really, other than that, like, especially if I like something, I don't care. And the same like with New World, for example. I played it for like 2 months. I did in the end, though, kind of move it on YouTube streams, and that I kind of did in the end. But that was already kind of, you know, like the hype around the game also, like for me personally, kind of dying slowly. So I just kind of move it there, and then in a week or two, I already kind of stopped playing it already anyway. You know, the corporate deals Norton cocaine for breakfast. Nah, that doesn't sound like a healthy breakfast, man. That doesn't sound like it. I wish there would be. I wish there would be some corporate deals, man. But there will be one, we'll see. And the small one. Maybe. As the YouTube streams, yeah, the time, man, the time. It's all about the time. It's nice to have like the side kind of streams and everything, but or like longer streams or like the secondary streams. It's the time, man. Again, it's just like I don't know. Like, that's, I guess, when you kind of already, like, made it and stuff, right? You have, like, the editors and stuff working on your shit. You can just, yeah, degen and whatever, I guess. Game dev streams will be back, though. That we will do. That we will do. We'll see. Maybe on YouTube, maybe on here. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, it's gonna be on in Georgia because the PC. The PC, I just need space, literally. Like I already like to install Dragon's Dogma, I uninstalled install Skull and Bones, which was already about time though, right? Like I like literally just like hover around probably like 20 gigs free or something. And if you want to do some vids and everything, that also takes space, so yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna return. We'll see. I'm gonna try it maybe on Twitch for some time, see how it goes. If there's a lot of games and people don't really like watching that, then we're gonna move again back to YouTube or something with it, then do gaming on Twitch. How's it going, Zebra? See, focus, I see. Well, there might be another kind of like way of hype returning to New World. Like, I would be down. If we get people play together, I would be down. Like, that's the only reason I quit, really. Like, my interest just died as soon as, you know, everyone kind of quit and we didn't have like a full group to play together and stuff. That's kind of when I stopped. Until then, we were doing dungeons and stuff. That was cool. That was cool. See what I see. It's kind of like with it, like, I try to stick to that rule most of the time, but not always. Like, if you haven't played the game for like a couple of days and you just feel good about it, then you probably shouldn't, you know, return and play it. That's pretty much it. It's like I did my giga-long stream, right? I did Skull and Bones on that giga-long stream on my night segment. And then I finished that stream, went to sleep. Next day I woke up, you know, kind of later, started the stream. And in the evening I kind of like had other stuff to do, so I forgot about it. And then I realized, well, I haven't played it for like a couple of days. And it feels good that I don't need to play that shit. So I just kind of like stopped playing it. See, actually, I see. No, on PC I have plenty of space. On PC I'm gonna have plenty of space to have all the games and stuff installed, and to have space for videos, and to have space for the game dev stuff. But yeah, the YouTube streams and stuff. Like, I was also like thinking about maybe doing multi-streams and stuff, but then also I kind of like read some people who do that, and again, they kind of mostly say that, you know, like if you are a kind of small content creator, just focus on one platform. Like, that shit not gonna benefit you. And I was kind of like, well, yeah, that probably is also easier, so whatever. I think that's how we're gonna do it. And maybe some bonus streams here and there, whenever. But again, like, the bonus stream is kind of like all the kind of like value per energy or per time unit, you know. Like, maybe instead you should do something a little more useful and productive than actually doing that. Just gonna once in a while do the DGen stuff on my main. Every once in a while. Kinda did in February. Maybe I'll return to that every once in a while, like in autumn or something. When the weather will start going back again to shit, maybe I'll return to that. About the return on investment, sorta, yeah. I mean, unironically, it's like, if there'll be like plenty of free time, absolutely. Because I mean, I like playing games there, no? I would just rather play that all the time, and preferably on the same channel too. But yeah, when you also kind of rather like, it just becomes kind of like more, it would be way more optimal instead of like spending time, like, you know, on like some extra streaming on another platform. It would be better to just make some videos or something. Which I need to do, Now there is also IRL stuff, right? So that's also kind of some of the free time gonna be used for IRL streams and everything. It's all about time. If you already kind of like made it and stuff, then whatever, yeah, I can also just do like some side streams on different channels or on the same channel, because whatever, you're already gonna have someone who is, you know, who is making your videos. You have your DoorDash that will deliver your food. You have your mates who do the cleaning for you and stuff, and you don't give a shit, really. You can just play games all day. But that wouldn't be too bad, eh? That wouldn't be too bad, eh? Actually, kinda not sure. Not sure. If anything, I already kind of feel like there is not enough time for reading. Need to get more reading, absolutely. And some more walks. That will be kind of like the IRL stream's motivation. Just extra movement, and at the same time also streaming. So that is good, eh? That is good, eh? That is good in my book. Gonna need to also like find some time, get the some movie evening whenever Dune is available to watch, and then Fallout drops. Gonna also whenever that will be available, watch that stuff. And that's the thing, like, I don't know where time always disappears. It's insane. Like, you just kind of like, I don't watch shows, don't watch TV. don't really like do any like insane social activities. Okay, move outside basically, like couple, maybe 3 times a week or something, like the big grocery shopping, like IRL stream pretty much now. Well, when there was no IRL stream, it was just like maybe 1 extra day to go, like another like grocery shopping whenever something is over or something, need to go get some stuff, or need to go to like post, which I actually need to do. So yeah, not even like doing that much, and time just evaporates anyway. I hate that. I hate that, man. I hate that. I do hate that. But yeah, the game dev stuff I promised and I will return. Absolutely. That's also something to kind of like try and see how it is. I do kind of want to try to like make something, you know, fully finished, just to see all the stages. Don't give a shit like how like successful or unsuccessful that will be. Just like something from start to finish and to the full launch. That would be interesting. And then already to try to decide, will there be something I will be doing more, or will it be just something, you know, to do once and then like completely forget about it and focus on other things. So yeah, like when there's not enough time, you do need to kind of focus on things that are good. Good for you, good for a channel, or both. That would be nice too. For your wallet, that's also nice. Gotta always make decisions. Gotta always decide. Gotta always decide. So at least some research on the game dev stuff. I want to do some more. And that I do. Trying to do everything. Just quit trying and have a nice life working in McDonald's. You know, like ironically, sometimes kinda. Like if back home shit wouldn't be, you know, a fucking house on fire basically. Who knows? Who knows actually? Where I would be. Well, actually, I guess if it wouldn't be a shitfest back home, all this fiesta wouldn't start, and I probably would be also, like, you know, going to conventions, and that, like, conventions give you, like, an insane, like, boost in all the ways. Mentally for yourself, and, like, well, to me in general, for my channel, it was always a boost, basically, going to conventions. Because, I don't know, I guess that's my charm or something. Like, all the conventions, I always was bringing some new regulars to my channel for every convention. Apply to the same McDonald's, yeah. True. But otherwise, yeah, who knows? Maybe I also would be already like some normie works and everything. Yeah, giving no fucks. You know. And just 9 to 5, 5 days a week. And then on the weekends just going to the friend's summer house for some barbecue or sauna and all that stuff. Living the life. Living the life. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, now that all the stuff back home is complete shitfest, yep, that is not really an option. I do still kind of check once in a while some options in other countries and places. In case there's gonna be some, you know, some insane place of dream popping. Maybe, but yeah, that's less likely. That's less likely. But yeah, like trying stuff is interesting, but you also need to prioritize things though. Like if like IRLs, for example, wouldn't be like doing super good, I would just rather like play video games more because, you know, that I in general kind of like more. And if that goes better, then why not? Match made in heavens. If IRL will be doing good, better, then yeah, maybe there'll be more IRL. More game dev, gotta balance, gotta look at how things go. But playing more video games is always nice though, regardless. Regardless. Now let's see what else we have. The world got new contents. Insane. How's the reviews on this one going? Oof, mixed still. Kick. Got a bit better though. I guess the launch issue is over. Now people just kinda, you know, suffering from the pay-to-win stuff. Monetize to death. Yeah, there it is. Cosmetic have stats effect and you can only get it through spending IRL currency. Classic. Classic Ragnarok Online. And Alone in the Dark, as with that one, mostly positive, eh? $16 hours too short for €54. A game-breaking issue. And they still pull like the classic release there. The languages they got there, all the DLCs there, the costume packs, there it is. There it is. THQ taking another L, I guess. To be honest, this probably wasn't some crazy high budget stuff though. I kinda doubt it. If anything, that probably was THQ trying to kinda like on minimal expenses to, you know, sell something, get some minimal viable product. It's delayed like 5 times. I think it like changed like the developers and everything multiple times before THQ and everything. I'm not sure how long this iteration was actually in the works. I'm not sure. But I mean, it's not completely like, you know, devastating reviews. It's just, again, not that many of them. Not that many of them. And most perfect example of MVP getting pushed out. They actually did try. They actually did try a little bit, but clearly not enough. Because the first MVP was already a year or something ago. When was the first time they showed the gameplay and stuff, and announced the release date, and then they delayed it since then once or twice, I think. So they did try. They did do like a few testing sessions, and based on the feedback, they did change things. But they clearly, first of all, didn't test enough. Which, I mean, like, I'm not sure if people actually tested the end game. I think most of the tests were basically as limited as, like, the closed beta and open beta, right? If I remember correct. So, like, no one really probably tested the end game. Because until the end game, everything was kind of alrighty. Like, obviously, still a lot of people kind of, like, didn't like I think it's kind of like you can see that with the Dragon's Dogma now. I feel a lot of people, you just kind of like have something negative in the game. Yeah, Kira, hello. Like something like actually, you know, obviously heavily impactfully bad, like performance in Dragon's Dogma, like price in Skull and Bones, right? You have something really bad, and then people just kind of like start like, you know, like trying to pile as much as possible on top of that, just to kind of justify shooting on it, I guess, even more, or to make shooting more impactful. Like I'm pretty sure like if Dragon's Dogma wouldn't have issues with performance and stuff, then like all those microtransactions, people wouldn't even notice. Well, there would be some people complaining, but those people would farm like some clowns in reviews, and no one would care about them. That would be kind of like probably with like the Devil May Cry and stuff, right? I think like that shit already had all those microtransactions, and generally speaking, people didn't give a shit about them. There were like some attempts to lift that topic, but everyone was just kind of like, yeah, well, there was no clowns back then, I guess, but still, people were just kind of, you know, just instantly like closing that topic. And Skull and Bones got that the same issue with like too much of a price, and then people like started like finding everything just to kind of like put on top of that. Which, I mean, some things are viable. Same as like microtransactions that people piled on top of performance issues is completely viable. I'm actually happy that people having this that discourse that started by a bad performance, which is also bad, but also continued with microtransactions. And with Skull and Bones, it kind of ended up a little bit PPK though, because people just piled the fucking like black flag on top of that for whatever reason. I don't know why. Like without even understanding what kind of game they're playing. People were shitting on everything that wasn't actually really the problem. Like the lens stuff. Like bro, like you haven't played the game. Like amount of times you do the boarding and everything per day, you would get tired of the land fights. People complaining about just like, you know, shooting them cannons somewhere all the time, just sailing and shooting cannons. I mean, not exactly, dude. That just shows that you haven't played it much. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. So like you can instantly see. Like when I saw some reviews and they say like, well, like game is fun, but there are issues like, you know, in the end game. Or like they start mentioning that Pieces of 8 stuff, for example. You already know, alright, that reviewer actually did their due diligence. They actually did play the game. Because you also don't need to play too much to get to the end game, to be honest. just a few days and you're there. Especially if you just like follow the quests and stuff, you're probably gonna end up there very fast. So like when I see people complaining about the end game, then at least I know that they play the game. Good reason to start the dunk contest, it will take off, yeah. It's just like, it's kind of like whoever wants to like to dunk on something, they just kind of like also read how others do that, and they just kind of like take those points from like other reviews and stuff without even checking them or anything. That's how like some of the things like about some of the microtransactions kind of got like also spread around, even though that wasn't exactly true. Like they're bad, right? But like some details that people were like, you know, like claiming, they weren't always true, but like no one looks at it. Everyone just kind of like, you know, copies whatever statements are there. It's just kind of like to see more, I guess, educated on the topic. Like they're not just saying like, oh, it runs bad, or oh, like there's microtransaction. They're more knowledgeable. They know problem deeper, you know. They read reviews and stuff. So they're gonna dunk with some other things that they've seen, even though some of those things are not true, or some of those things were like fixed long time ago. It's like some people still, after years, like still go like, oh man, yeah, in 76 you still have like, you know, you have your speed like tied to like the frames kick, man. Like I mean, yeah, that was a thing, like in early access probably before the release, until they fixed it. But yeah, no one updated really their database of the points. You know, that was a thing. Yeah, like if you're like basically like your speed was tied to FPS. Well, I mean that's kind of like quite common thing for like a lot of single player games too, right? Especially the older ones. Like that's why you kind of with many games you have those add-ons and plugins that like slow down your performance and everything, right? Because otherwise things just go way too fast for the game. Like, I remember, like, playing Red Alert, for example, without the properly set mods and stuff, right, for the modern PCs, and you just kind of like, alright, well, match started, let's start building a base, and then boom, there's a fucking army already destroying you in, like, 5 seconds. Because, yeah, you still have your own speed, but the CPU had a little bit different speed. So AI just comes in, like, 10 seconds already with the army and destroys you, because, yeah, they are a little faster there. Yes, Hilton, I see. A multiplayer with delta time, yeah. In single players, they just usually kind of like cap the frame rate or something, or do some other things, right? But yeah, in 76, well, I mean, they needed to cap that too in the end. Because yeah, you could literally just like, since also game not running too well, right? You could just basically like stare in the ground. So you have less things kind of like, you know, loaded and stuff and taking performance on your screen and just like run super fast. That was a thing. That was a thing. And not thanks to frame rate. Yeah, you need to get the delta time stuff. You need something scalable with performance. Not really, AG, not really. With Boomer RTS, it's very, like, limited amount. Because before some time, Boomer RTSs were, like, they didn't age that well. They just not deepen. Look at KD, for example, right? At least first one. Which I'm still gonna revisit the second campaign, so I guess I will play a little bit, but that's gonna be like, just like an hour or two probably. I just want to see how they made the second faction in those FMV videos, briefings and stuff, but that's pretty much it. Because they're like very shallow. Like even like with like Red Alert 2, for example, that is good. Red Alert 1, unless you have like some giga nostalgia for that or something, is just like, nope, not that good. Same as like, as much as I love Warcraft, like Warcraft 2 is where it's still kind of okay. Below Warcraft 2 is like Warcraft 1 is like, nope. Not really. So yeah, there's not that many nostalgic ones that I haven't played yet. I played, I think, pretty much all of them. That I want to replay, that I wanted to play. And the new ones, yeah, if they're old enough, they're kind of like, nope, not that good. Otherwise, we'll see. Maybe some. Maybe some. See, what can I say? So yeah, that's basically kind of how it works. That's basically kind of how it works. Like Skull and Bones and other stuff. And like in general with games, I just feel like, yeah, it's kind of like the general consensus quickly becomes, you know, the main thing. And when everyone is like, you know, dunking on something, then yeah, those points, those talking points starts being like parroted by everyone too. Which and sometimes it's good though. Like it's nice that all this microtransactions topic actually got to light with Dragon's Dogma stuff. That is actually good. That is both, you know, microtransactions and performance being discussed with Dragon's Dogma. That is really good. Well, that is really good, eh? That is indeed something that the developers need to see. Some pushback on those things, eh? Preferably on both. And as the prologue stuff, we saw this one last week. The Tower Defense prologue. Eh? Oh yeah, and the Dune tabletop also. Damn, this one is actually pumping. Holy shit. Holy shit. Get released too soon unpolished, basically. Yeah. I'm not exactly even sure, like, because that happens way too much. Like, I don't know how. I think that part of the reason is the corpus shit. Because I'm pretty sure, like, all those issues that like, a lot of recent AAA releases, I'm pretty sure, like, QA, like, regular, like, playtester or something can see that. Because, like, a lot of them even run, like, shit even, like, on, like, very high-end PCs. So it's not like you kind of like, oh, wait, we're, like, you know... everyone has a dang PC, so we didn't have that problem on our end. It's just kind of like... They probably know about it. They probably seen that. They probably just kind of like, well, shit. We just need to release it already. Otherwise, Corp are gonna destroy us or something. I don't know. They simply can get away with it? Yeah, probably. I mean, the thing is, like, the devs probably know. Most likely, right? Because I don't think you can... Like, at least some, like, part of the devs that actually deals with the final product testing and everything, they know about it. So then the other devs probably kind of like, well, shit, yeah, we're just gonna blame it on players. And then we get, you know, this like the Toad situation and stuff with like, you know, just get better PC and everything. And then devs quickly, you know, like start patching and stuff after the release already. And the corp obviously also probably hears that. Like, well, that's players are bad. And we did what we could, and it's just, you know, players like run trash PCs, so fuck them, dude. They still bought our stuff. And the corp, I guess, is kind of fine with that. I can't say it until laid off. That is also kind of true, yeah. That is also kind of true. Yeah, I think people also maybe did see too many examples of like when bad reviews don't correlate with bad sales. Like pretty much all the sports stuff, right? Like you take some like NBA shit and that stuff like is like always in the red. Yeah, there it is. Like you don't even need to kind of like guess. It's pretty much like every time. Every year that shit releases. Okay, this one is mixed now already. I guess in the year when it was still relevant, they managed to patch it out somehow. But like, and because it was on Giga sales already by that moment, then some people kind of, you know, it's not too bad, I guess. For like 20 bucks, that's okay. They have some sort of like 22, 21. But those weren't even on Steam yet. I don't know. A big lol. So like, every year they farm mostly negative stuff. Every year they sell like crazy. Call of Duty latest got like all the shit reviews. People just like even some fans still like, you know, we're huffing on that copium and like, yeah, 4 hours of campaign is not bad, man. That's actually fine. Like, look at multiplayer. The Call of Duty is about the multiplayer, man. I feel like when you also kind of like, you get like kind of too big to fail sometimes, right? It doesn't work with all the games. With Call of Duty, that does work for sure. There's gonna be people defending that already, you know. My favorite corp I'm gonna defend today and everything. You know, too big to fail. To buy Dragon's Dogma after I saw reviews that you changed your mind. I think, yeah, I think wait a bit with that. I wait for patches. Was kind of running for now so far okay for me, but you could see some like scuffedness a bit, and I didn't get to town. In town, apparently everyone suffers. No matter how good your PC is, everyone suffers in town. You get people complaining about that? Well, because the campaign is short as fuck and everything. But again, yeah, everyone's still gonna buy it. Even like the one, like which one was it? Vanguard or whatever? I think, right, also was considered kind of like bad one or something, but that did sell like crazy anyway. So yeah, they kind of don't give a shit. Bad reviews and stuff, who cares? So yeah, they keep getting away with that, and they them. And to corporate guys, yeah, they can always like, you know, lie that yeah, it's not us, it's them. We're just gonna patch it, sure, just make it so it runs on potato PCs. It's not our fault that everyone's poor, can't buy a good new PC. And the much bigger impact? I think there was no impact, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like people say that it wasn't that good, but I mean, that shit still sold like crazy. Like, you can do anything with Call of Duty, it still will sell like crazy. And people will be like happy about that anyway. Gut was the only thing that made it survive? I don't think so. I think it still sold like a shitload. Like, I think it was still kind of ridiculous amounts. Yeah. Like, I don't think it was like dying for Warzone to survive to save it or something. It's on prayer, hello. think sales were really good. There's like some things also like to keep in mind. Like there's a lot of people who play Call of Duty and stuff for story. That is again also kind of like you don't see like let's check actually. Is it on? It should be, I think. Alright, let me see. There's too fucking many Call of Duties to find, dude. It's insane. Which one is the latest one? Hey, which one was the last one? Was it the second one? A bunch of DLCs, so even like finding that shit on SteamDB is a whole fiesta, man. There we go, found it. Or not. Package, dude, how much shit do you even have there? Holy dude. Some other DLCs and everything is ridiculous. It's easier to find Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 from 2009 rather than all this trash here. Three already, okay. Okay, found, I think. Yeah, okay, found it. Yeah, still quite negative, I would say. Oh wait, they don't even show the amount of people playing. Kick. Yeah, they don't even have info on that. I see how it is. They be hiding that shit, alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that not a lot of people actually... Or like, the majority who buy the game, they don't really give a shit about multiplayer. That I think is the case. Like, I think all those billions of dollars, they're coming mostly from people buying for the story. And that's why also, I guess, like, Vanguard and stuff still sold kind of well, because, I mean, story was there. Nice, pretty nice. New extraction shooter, wait, which one? Which one? I'm gonna need some food real quick. While I'm at it. Oh, the tied to level 0 extraction. Wait, what's that? We're talking about there. No, the tiny build one. The close bet on this shit, alright. One team is aliens. But yeah, this tabletop as a tabletop is kind of nice. I was considering at some point, but the tabletops cost like $100 fucking dollars. So I guess for many people getting this for, you know, 15 probably dollars in other regions is a good offer, I would assume. That's why this is pretty popular. But your verdict on a Dragon's Dogma? Well, I mean, yeah, you can kind of see for yourself. Got the mix now already from the most to negative. The thing is, like, the microtransaction stuff for sure, but yeah, the most thing, even if you ignore the microtransaction, is still that performance is atrocious. So decide for yourself. It seems good, but performance is something. If you're fine with that, I would say verdict is good then. Microtransactions not necessarily that bad. Well, overall, it's a bad thing, 100%. Specifically in this game, they kind of like not that atrocious on its own. Just the fact that the present is garbage. And yeah, my favorite was the game designer going about how they want to make, you know, the world more meaningful and stuff by limiting the fast travels and stuff, and then they sell fast travel items. So you start to take all of that shit with a grain of salt after that. Now, did you really want to make it like a meaningful that way? And did you want to make people want to buy that shit? And what's the motivation? Hey, Portable, hello. Hey, Vikianen. I mean, I like how they kind of like, instead of like, you know, instead of like saying like, yeah, maybe we are too greedy, you know, maybe we should limit that stuff, and or get more of these items available in game then also for free. Instead, they just kind of like, well, yeah, you can obtain them in game, guys. Relax, relax. Sure, you can buy them, but you can also obtain them. Imagine if someone would go like, you know, oh yeah, there is this like Giga Sword in our MMO that is best in slot for any build. Yeah, you can obtain it in game. You also can buy it. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would be mad about that. Hey, Potato. Never say you can obtain the item in game. Yeah, there's a lot of like the lack of information in general. You should buy fast travel because you can buy it. So you just kind of start thinking about, you know, did they actually make it that way because they wanted to make it, you know, meaningful, as they said, experience, or because they wanted to sell items for fast travel? He said below money, fuck off, I guess, yeah. Dollar. You buy it with dollars. Well, I mean, you can buy it in game. You can get it in game. But you can get it with bucks too. Everything company says always interpreted at maximum bad faith. Well, I mean, I don't know how can interpret microtransactions in good faith, to be honest. I can't really imagine a good way to do it. Yeah, that's the thing, like, on one hand, that is not completely bad, right? You get it. In-game methods and stuff. You can kind of cope with that too, right? Like, yeah, you can obtain all that in-game, absolutely. 100%. The problem is it then not kind of tuned in the way that will kind of push people more towards using the paid option? That's like always the thing. Like, you never know. Good faith, bad faith. Like, why would they make it? If you don't need those items that much and you can that easily get them in game, why would they put them as microtransactions? So you can most likely, you know, a lot of systems then being adjusted not for fun, not for, you know, pleasant experience, not for some sort of like design idea. They adjusted for selling microtransaction. Maybe sometimes it goes hand in hand. Design and making people buy it. Maybe. Alright, sorry. That's the thing, Portable. But will you absolutely honestly say that the system in World of Tanks is not made to push you to buy that shit? Because I played 10,000 battles in that shit. And I tell you 100%, even back then, years ago, last time I played was... Fuck, like... Before I started streaming, like, few years still. It was probably... 2013 or something. Like, 10 years ago already at this point. Okay, maybe a bit less, maybe like 8 years or something. And I even gonna tell that even back then, and now my friend is playing right now behind the wall. I can hear him swearing all the time. It's even worse. Back then, I can tell you for sure, it was 100% pushing you to buy that shit. I can tell examples even. Gold ammunition is kind of whatever. The gold ammunition is literally just get good, and you don't need it. Like, I usually had like 5 shells that I bought with in-game currency, just in case. Like, some tight moment, you know, you need to clutch. Shit happens, like ricochet or something, you need to clutch. You load it in, so you can do it for sure. You still can ricochet with that shit. Just harder. Or like, you know, no penetration. Or hit something else, but yeah, skill can kind of help with that. Fine, I agree. Free XP. Like, you unlocked fresh, beautiful tier 9 tank. Like, he's 8, for example, or something, right? He was, right? No, his 7 was the top one. His 3 was level tier 8. I already forgot everything, dude. And which one was the tier 9? Like, whatever, you just unlock some tier 9 tank, for example. You like, oh shit, finally. Now I gonna go and like enjoy my new fucking tank. Sit on this shit, and you still have your fucking gun from tier 8 that you need to suck cock for like dozens of fights until you level up that new fucking gun, you know. You have like shit engine, you have like shit everything for dozens of fights until you unlock, you know, the better tiers and you're actually proper tier 9. Like real dozens of hours. Dozens of fights. fights. Like, you basically need to level XP. So you have, like, the leveling tree of tanks. So, like, you get some amount of XP on the tank, and you research the next tank, the next tier. You buy that tank, and that tank is on 0. Like, it's completely stock, the stock configuration. So it usually has the shit gun from the previous tier. So you got level 9 tank that will be almost constantly in fights with level 10 tanks, for example. But you still have the shit gun from tier 8. That is way worse in all parameters. And you need to still go in the fights, get that XP level, that tank, so you can press the button and unlock the better gun. That you later need to buy with silver, the in-game currency that you make in fights. And if you don't have a premium account, then if you have a bad fight, especially on tier 10 tank, you probably got negative balance of silver. If you had a good fight, you probably have like 0 or a little positive. That's when you need premium account. That's when you need a tank that is bought with gold, because those are cheaper to maintain and they bring more silver back when you go to the fights. I played that shit for 10,000 battles, and I tell you for sure it milks you. Because if you, for example, you unlock the tier 9 tank, right? There is a way, if you pay, you can unlock all those guns instantly. It's called free XP. Like, if you play on some tanks, you have this XP accumulating. Then again, when you play on tanks that you bought with gold, you accumulate that free XP, because tanks you bought with gold, they don't need any upgrades. They're already fully upgraded. So you play on them, you farm silver, you farm XP. But that XP, you can't really use on other tanks unless you convert it in free XP for money. So you basically just like farm on the premium tank, then you convert that XP that you farmed with the real money into free XP, and then you use that free XP to unlock the good stuff on your tier 9. Because on tier 9, going in stock was pain. Like, when you literally just had like some of the tanks had like the same gun from like tier 7s almost, and you get level 10 tanks. You just kind of like, you need to like, you can outskill that stuff too, but it's way harder. It's really hard. You just like by definition weaker from the get-go, or thousands of fights until you level it up, until you use free XP. That is always the case. And now they added more and more and more mechanics that push you to, like, you know, to swipe. Like the golden ammunition is just like the top of the iceberg, man. And that's the thing, like all this stuff, you know, like, sure, you can all do all that within game methods, absolutely. But all the systems are made and tuned the way to push you as much as possible to use your real money. In free-to-play game, I'm kinda like somewhat okay with that. Alright, fine. Like, if I really like it, I even gonna swipe. I swipe in World of Tanks, like, decent amount. I have like 2 collector's editions of World of Tanks that I bought because they also had unique collectible tanks that you can't get any other way. And they're not OP or something, they're just super rare. Like, I have the Panzerkampfwagen 2 Model J, for example. Just kind of a fun tank, you know. Like, I did invest into that stuff. And I always played with premium. Always. Things where you can't even outskill with the tools you're given. Something like, at least back when I played the premium tanks, they weren't OP. There was one back then considered kinda OP that you couldn't obtain anymore. It was one of the type tanks before they added the Chinese tanks in general. It had like a limited matchmaking. You only see level 9s maximum when you're level 8. The gun is kind of garbage, but you have a really low profile, you have really good armored turret, and you have really good speed and everything. So, like, the gun is not the best, well, use your speed and maneuver. That one back then everyone was dreaming about. And you couldn't get it anymore. Rest of the premium tanks were kind of mostly trash. Well, not trash, but like, not that good. But they still were farming, and you still kind of wanted to have at least one. You kind of wanted to have at least one. And the best stuff that they added lately, I think you can buy with gold in game. So if you obtain that gold through all those like free means and everything, you can't even buy that new tank for a while, because you can only buy them in special bundles on the website with real money straight up. Then later, maybe months after, when it gets nerfed to shit and everything, maybe they will allow it to buy for gold. Maybe. Erasers. CSC. I mean, I ironically loved some of the low tier fights. I had which medal? I forgot the name of the medal. I had, I think, 13 kills medal on T26. Like, I love the game. I was kind of solid at the game back then, too. And I did even invest some money. But it's just the fact that it's like, it's made for you to pay. While in the free game, you can kind of cope with that because it's free. And I still rather, you know, like, that made me appreciate, like, when I was a kid and I had no money, free-to-play games were my waifu. I loved free-to-play games. When I grew up and got a little bit of money, at least, I guess, I'd rather just pay fucking subscription now or something. Buy to play or subscription, or buy to play with subscription. I'd rather do that. The problem is now even MMOs and stuff with subscription, they still gonna fucking double and triple dip you. And you go on World of Warcraft, you buy that subscription, and you still gonna fucking get all those microtransactions all over your face. And again, you can say, like, just don't buy them. Like, you don't need to, right? Just play without them. Absolutely, I agree. That is true. But the problem is, whenever they make something to sell you with real money, that will be something cool. Right? Because otherwise people not gonna buy it. Like, why would you buy some, like, ugly skin or something, right? It should be really cool fucking skin. And that means what? That means that the in-game reward skin probably not gonna be as cool, because why would you buy it for money when you can get something cooler or as cool in-game? So quite often it ends up just being the skins you earn in-game are trash. Skin like Fallout 76, for example, like, you have like collectible, super rare skins. Like, people were hunting for some of those, and they're dog shit. Like, some of the most rare skins there, like, that you could get the outfits, like, you know, like some sweaty, dirty wife beater or something. But that's like super rare one. But you go to the store and like, oh boy, you can get like some with special animations, you know, that change your like animations or something even. Oh, the ELC? Yeah, ELC was fun. ELC is actually kind of fun. The light tanks might be kind of fun. But I kind of like, I by the end of it, I didn't really like light tanks anymore, because like you constantly like get some, like, people don't understand how you play light tanks. Like, whenever I played, for example, light tank and I wanted to go like scouting mode, and I had full setup for that, I could just kind of like, you know, like Malinivka, I think was it, I don't remember actually, the one with like a huge free field, right? You instantly can, from the respawn, you can start shooting basically already, right? And they expect your scouts to just like run across that field straight forward to the enemy line. If this Pipiega is in the team, which obviously 15 people team, like 13 gonna be Pipiega most likely. So they like, and you play as a light tank, and they expect you just to like, you know, rush there. So you just like, poof, you know, show enemies on the map for 5 seconds. They do their shots there, and then there's no scouting anymore for the rest of the fight, because you fucking die doing that. So I usually just like went like, you know, carefully to the bush, to the side, stay there. You know, your I don't know the English name of many of those, right? Your like visor kicks in, your range of view increases. You kind of see enemy things going up the hill. Your team can shoot them for a while because you are alive, because they don't see me. I stay there in the bush. I did it carefully. And sometimes there's like team members who like, bro, why are you standing there? Go forward, you light tank, you need to scout. And you just like... I usually was silent about it. Sometimes because I already standing in the bush and not moving, I decide to school them a little bit, right? And explain them that they're Pipiega and what they're doing, and then you get your fucking friendly fire shot in the ass. So I quickly stopped playing Scout because, yeah, a lot of people don't understand how that shit works. Yeah, I think so, Portable. Yeah, yeah. I already don't remember the names myself. Yes, you get some money. I see. Yeah, a lot of people just expect you to go suicide spotting. Yeah. You know this? Yeah, but you man. I see. You're right. That's an okay system, I guess. True. I still like. I don't know. Like for me, MMOs are the reward. That's why I don't like microtransactions that much and cosmetic microtransactions in MMOs, because I'd rather have that transaction in, you know, in the boss. I would rather just like have like, you know, this like insane, you know, dopamine injection when I get that from some boss. Like I'm very like loot motivated person in MMOs. Like that's why I like Ragnarok, right? Like when that like 0.01% chance drops, that's just kind of like, ooh, man, that's especially if it's the one you were hunting for a while and it just like drops there. It feels good. And when it's a cool skin that you get in the game and like people know that this is like, okay, you needed to kill like boss 10 times for that shit, for example, to have it, that's good. Or it's like 0.1% drop from that boss. That's good. I respect that. +9 weapon. The Ragnarok didn't like it is, you know, like the dopamine for you, but like some MMOs like Lineage, for example, right? They had like whenever you upgrade the weapons, the system is the same as in Ragnarok with upgrades. Same like really bad fucking system actually, because you can lose your shit completely easily. And it got only worse in the years, but like the system was kind of the same, but your weapon also gets the glow. And like the more the upgrade, the more intense the glow and the different colors. And then you see someone with like some like, you know, like the bright red weapon like glowing. It glows beautifully too. And, you know, like, damn, that's good. That's poke. Nowadays it's also kind of like you just kind of like donate, put a lot of microtransactions in that provide like pretty much guaranteed chance to upgrade, and you don't know already, like, did this guy like get this like 0. I don't even know how hard it is to upgrade it to the max level weapon, for example, or did they just like buy a bunch of like guaranteed upgrade materials, which there's no 100% guaranteed even from microtransactions. You still have an increased chance, but it's not 100. Like the thing I regret the most last time we played Ragnarok with Trize, I don't care like that we spent some on cosmetics and stuff, whatever, that was for funsies. I do regret that I bought like 10 hats, no, not hats, backpacks. I bought 10 backpacks because they were really strong, but to make them strong, you need to upgrade them to +9 or higher. So I bought 10 backpacks, which was a lot of money, real money. And then I bought a bunch of upgrade materials for real money. A lot of real money. In total, I spent 200 euro on that shit, I think. That I do regret. Like other stuff, kind of whatever, that I do regret. Because you literally buy items, you break those items, when you upgrade them, you still have the chance to break them. At least I got one upgraded out of that. And you spend the items also that you bought again for the money to upgrade again. If you try to do it for free, bro, don't even. First of all, you can't even get that backpack for free. It's impossible. It doesn't exist for free. Second, you get it for money, and if you try to upgrade it with regular materials, the chances that you're gonna break something you paid money for is even higher. So you kind of end up like, it kind of pushes you to buy upgrade materials too, because at least you spend less. Like either like, you know, use regular upgrade materials, buy 10 backpacks and break like all of them, buy another 10 backpacks and maybe then succeed, or you buy 10 backpacks and like upgrade materials, and then you kind of might succeed on the first 10 backpacks, and it's gonna be cheaper than buying another 10 batch, for example. Like it is just, it's insane, dude. And yeah, that I don't like and don't want in single player stuff to happen. Like in MMOs and free-to-play MMOs, I still dislike it heavily. Like, I do think that the ruins... same with the cosmetics in, like, single-player game. Like, dude, make those cosmetics rewards for stuff. Like, the Jedi Fallen Order, right? For example, with all those ponchos and everything. They were just rewards for different things for exploration, right? And, like, they weren't really that beautiful. I didn't really need them, but it was kind of nice, you know? Alright, I can get that, like, new skin here, new lightsaber. Might as well try to, like, you know, climb that thing, for example, explore that thing and try to get there and get it. And then instead, you're just gonna get it all, like, you know, for money. Why? Yes, see, Slavic, I see. I'll see the message though. And nowadays everything glows 24/7 also. Well, I mean, if you pay for it, for sure it's gonna glow and it's gonna be super beautiful. Hey, window. So yeah, I like it's mostly like not even the fact of that, but it's like kind of like that the game is gonna be adjusted and built around that, and that's the bad part. That's kind of like the slippery slope, and we're already kind of on that slope and sliding down. Sadly. See that, like I say. Gildan, yeah. Like in Ragnarok nowadays, dude, you pay, you have like, you're gonna have like back in the day, private servers had some like wings or something you could buy, bro. That's already like nothing. You can have like some fucking giga auras and everything, like different outfit. Everything's glowing, everything's shining, specially animated and everything to like what's that? And there I go like to farm some like, you know, like some crown from the boss. That crown doesn't even add stats. It's just so you can like sit in it and flex basically. But you're not even flexing anymore because like everyone just like swiping and getting shit that is way more beautiful and gives stats actually, because that crown you actually replace your headgear. And skins, they go in the separate tab in Ragnarok, but they are not just cosmetic. Skins also add stats. So if you don't swipe, you just basically miss a whole set of gear. It's not a lot of stats, but still, you pretty much, without swiping, you just have empty tab that doesn't give you any stats. I see with her, right? DLCs as in like the content DLCs, when they come down the line months after and it's actually, you know, like additional content and stuff for the game, I don't really mind it too much. Kind of like with Elden Ring, for example, right? Like a bunch of stuff passed. It probably was actually, you know, like extra content made after the release, or like at least maybe they already were partially working before release, but still, like it's extra. It's like it's not something cut from the main game, most likely. That's fine. If the game is good and the DLC is good, provides more extra content, that's alright. Not to mention that quite often I just ignore those already because I'm kind of done with it. I don't even want to like play that shit, whatever. Like for example, Atomic Hearts, like there were some DLCs I could even like get the keys and stuff. I didn't even bother really. Like they didn't send them to me and I didn't even bother to go requesting or something. Like whatever. I played the main game, I finished it, I don't care. Yes, Dave, yeah. Flexing real money is the new meta. That's the thing. Like you see all those like especially when you know, right? Like nowadays, even if you go in the new MMO, you see something flashy, you don't know. Like, did this guy, you know, like kill some giga boss, or this guy just like swiped? You have no idea. And you, most of the time, you already by definition just assume that they swiped, because I mean, most likely, in most of the times, that's true. When you already know the game and you can kind of define, right? You can see, alright, this guy like killed some giga boss because he has this like mount or something. That's good, respect. And this guy just swiped. That's You know, that's trash, like slash spit on them. Doesn't work already anymore in World of Warcraft, right? Nice, Slavic, nice. So even like the social flexing is kind of like ruined by that stuff. And yeah, it's like it's just like, but like if it's cosmetic stuff, it's pretty much like taken from potential free rewards that would motivate you to do something in game. If it's actual, you know, gameplay items, then even if you can get them in game, it still might mean that the game was balanced around making those more scarce. So you either need to grind or you just go and swipe again. And since they're doing that, and they're doing that, that's not the first game doing that, right? In Capcom's history and in general, right? Like they do it for a while already. I assume people kind of do, so I guess it kind of works, right? So that then like the game actually, like some people actually get pushed by the game to go and buy that stuff. Since they still keep fucking doing it, I guess they make something out of it in the end. And that is bad. That, in my opinion, is bad. Like, no matter what. Like, about particular case, for example, it might be most, you know, innocent microtransactions and stuff. Like, fine, sure. But it's just the fact that it's, you know, it is still microtransactions. Most innocent and stuff, but, like, the fact that they're getting pushback for that is good. Even though, as I said, in my opinion, if there would be no performance issues and game would be buttery smooth and stuff, everyone would be sucking their dick and no one would be even like mentioning these microtransactions. Maybe a few people would, and they probably would farm some clowns and reviews and everyone would forget about it. So it's actually kind of like convenient that they got both issues pretty much. Both modern issues pretty much. They got like some microtransaction issues and they got the issues with performance. So they kind of farmed negativity and that's why people kind of going ham about them. Can't buy more than one port crystal, really? Well, actually, technically, I guess, yeah, they just go as DLC, not as like something you buy multiple times, I guess, yeah. But weren't they also like some sort of crystals or like some sort of like currency stuff, no? Oh, it's rift crystals, alright, I see. Mostly negative, alright. I see, Sacred, I see. That is also the thing, right? Like, we like, a lot of people just like, oh, bro, like, I'm just gonna get mods and stuff for that. And that is also fine, like, because some people, for example, don't like having a carry weight limit, right? I can see that. I'm a fucking loot hoarder. I usually still kind of try to play, like, the way it was intended. But I know people who just, like, wait for some mods, cheats, art money, whatever, and they just kind of remove that. Same with with like fast travel. Like some people just don't, they just want to play that way, right? They just want to fast travel. They also go get some like cheats, trainers, mods, and just fast travel, right? The thing is, as soon as those items and stuff become also commodities sorta on the market, they're gonna start trying to make them impossible to get with other means, because I mean that's something people pay money for, right? So in the end, that also might affect the fact that they're just gonna start getting... There is already Denuvo making their own tool to prevent leaks from games. So they're gonna have some sort of like... what was the name? Kind of like watermarking system to help identify people leaking stuff from the games. I guess like Genshin got tired of all this shit being leaked all the time. So they're gonna get that. And I'm pretty sure they're already like, you know, working on a tool to prevent... what's the name? Emulating things, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they're gonna start making them tools to prevent, you know, modding, cheating, you know, in that sense, as in like changing like parameters in the game, like with cheat engine and stuff, right? Trainers or all that stuff. Like I have a feeling that if we're gonna get too deep into this kind of economy, they're gonna start doing that too. So like whatever you kind of fix with mods, it's not gonna be possible because, oh, you want to remove like the weight limit in the game because you don't like it. How about no? Because we're selling you item that adds you like more slots in the inventory. Oh, not sure, Jimbo, not sure. Drift crystals, I think, are not like that crazy important though, but still. So yeah, like with all the anti-cheats and then like maybe some strictly, fighting modding tools soon. Yeah, I think, Steve, I think they're already kind of trying to fight mods, and that also might be part of the reason, because they just want to sell you that stuff. It's kind of the same as like Bethesda trying to like take over the mod market to sell paid mods. But here they just don't want to sell you mods, they want to sell you items, but that people can mod out, for example, or mod in. Which like gonna be limiting in general, like, creativity of people and adding mods and, changing stuff. Because yeah, some people just want to play the game they want. Like, whatever, who gives a shit? Let's see, so okay, see. Go Giga anti-modding or something, yeah. And that's bad. That's bad, I think, for everyone involved, huh? Because, like, today it's one game, then tomorrow it's going to be more games, then more publishers, more developers, because some will also see that they're doing it, and the financial reports are good, and they might assume, well, I guess that shit works good and sells. We also need to get that. Let's do it. And that's gonna suck. That's just gonna suck. See, even like with the and I don't know what to do about it. Like, I'm not the person who kind of goes, full like, yeah, let's fucking boycott stuff. Like, if I'm interested in the game and I like the game, I'm gonna play it. It might have some shitty, practices and stuff, but if I like it, I'm gonna play it. Because, I do be like that. I do respect people who have, like, principles super heavily and not playing that. And it would be kind of nice probably to have more of those, or I don't know. I guess at least this current situation with Dragon's Dogma I think is good. I think this situation is good. Because they gonna get like some lessons, hopefully. Like, thankfully for now, like this already started long ago actually, and for now that didn't really take off. And I hope like this situation also gonna like put like a little bit of a stop on this, so we have more time until that shit becomes the norm. Like Mankind Divided tried to pull that stuff, Shadow War tried to pull that stuff, right? I mean, like Capcom with like previous games already tried to pull that stuff too, and like it kind of like doesn't really work, and hope like the pushback will gonna continue. Hopefully it will. For me, I'm also kind of like, I like playing a lot of shit. I'm a streamer. So I'm gonna also kind of like, I like covering a bunch of stuff, but yeah, I need to talk about that anyway, no matter what. And I will. Even if I'm playing, I do still not like the current situation with like the microtransactions. Even if I'm partaking in a lot of MMOs and stuff that kind of do that, because, yeah, I just kind of... I'm weak, man. I like video games, then, and I play different ones. So it is kind of what it is, sadly. But I do kind of hope that we get the better situation with that stuff. Yes, Pony, I see. Hopefully it will get kind of better. I think it's just like in general like detrimental for the industry, like even from the perspective of bot Skull and Bones full price. Yeah, Oltan. How dare you? I mean, sometimes you kind of just want to play stuff. That's the thing. Like, sometimes you kind of need to still make a sandwich out of some bad ingredients, because you want a fucking sandwich. Yeah, I think it's fine to still play and deserve, but you still kind of, in my opinion, need to do it consciously and try to kind of like talk about it and everything. See what I say. People straight up say microtransaction single player bad, don't buy and boycott, and I respect them. Like if someone is doing like that, like sure. If you, like, in general, people who have principles and stuff, absolutely. Absolutely. I wouldn't say like you should go around and like try to force everyone into that, because yeah, some people just want to, like, some people play the first game, for example, and it's like their favorite game of all time and they just want to play the second one. They don't support the practices, but they just want to play the second one. Don't buy Boycott 2 days later, the global top seller. Yeah, that happens too. That happens too. Gear portable, yeah. And I mean, I am part of the problem. Yeah, I don't have those principles really. I don't, like, if I want to play some, like, if I don't want to, like for example Hogwarts, right? Like, why did I not play it? Because it's like so bad and everything and cancelled? No, I didn't play it because I don't really care about it. That's it. If I would be interested in playing it, I would play it. Pretty much. Same with many other games, really. If I'm interested, I'm gonna play it. I played fucking Genshin with the Honkai on stream. Not my proudest moment, but I was interested. It looked interesting. It was interesting for when I played it. And I still recognize and mention and will mention that the gacha shit is the most atrocious thing. Like, I just kind of hope that, you know, through conversation and everything, and through some pushback at least, like this. Like, this pushback, in my opinion, is at least effective. Because they basically just kind of, like, lost that way the popular tab pretty much was lost instantly with that stuff. So like a lot of visibility just gone. A botched launch, yeah, in a way. And it's kind of like, yeah, you're not gonna get like a second run at that. Essentially almost sounds like in Houston not have principles. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Sadly, as sad as it is. Like, if I wouldn't be streaming, I probably would be like kind of like less, you know, going around less. Like, I think Dragon's Dogma 2 probably would like pass me completely if I wouldn't be streaming. Same with many other ones, but again, probably just because I wouldn't be interested. But yeah, they botched the botched launch because of that. So like, I think that kind of pushback will be way better than any, you know, than any boycotting and everything. The botched launch because of performance. That's the thing, in my opinion, right? The performance started it, and then people kind of like, you know, threw a bunch of other stuff on top. Like, if there would be no performance issues, I think there would be not a lot of even talk about the game. Like, it probably would be like very positive and stuff, and everyone would like clown on people who talk about microtransactions. I see, Rev, I see. With No Man's Sky, I kinda respect how they still managed to turn it around. I do understand what you mean though, but yeah, like what I don't like sort of about that, like there's like No Man's Sky is very like double-edged sword, because on one hand it's a good example that if you like, you know, like you shouldn't be like phobic of failure and stuff. Like, you still can kind of come back, you can still turn around. You have an example, right? And people can still accept you and, you know, still appreciate your product. On the other hand, it also kind of means that you can pull like complete fucking scammers and then still kind of get sucked by the crowd. But two edges, not sure, hard to say. Exactly what they were doing on launch, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, my opinion. I don't know exactly the kitchen behind, right? But I do think that they had, you know, corporate stuff in check there. They probably had some deadlines and stuff already, and Sony or whoever was kind of like, you know, corporating over them was like, yo, guys, it's time. We can't delay anymore. So instead of like saying, yeah, we kind of don't have that ready because we need to launch, can't delay anymore, they said, yeah, we have that ready, all working, full multiplayer, we can find each other there somewhere, it's just the galaxy is too big, so you probably will never do it. Oh, I mean Dragon's Dogma Nautilus? Yeah, but like, can you imagine like how huge it would be also, like if it would be like in new and trending and had like boost in visibility and good reviews too. Yeah, they could. I don't know, like after like seeing the main developer guy, like I think he just kind of like got in the leagues he didn't fucking expect to get. Because he was too fucking nervous and Monka shaking like crazy, and yeah, probably just didn't know how to like handle all this situation. When especially, you know, when like at some point you needed to fucking loan out your house to make a game, and now there's like, you know, some Gigacorp overlords standing on you, you know, like, yo bro, it's time to release. We don't care if it's not ready, and just kind of, I don't know, hard to say. Like I do understand it is double-edged in my opinion. What they did though, that was, yeah, that total, like in my opinion, is way better to just be honest, because like City Skylines actually kind of showed that, yeah, you can just be honest about that stuff and it will be fine. You can just go and say like, yeah guys, it's gonna be trash. We just need to release it already, we can't delay anymore, but yeah, it's gonna be bad. So bear with us, don't buy it if you don't want to deal with trash. It's the new and trending. Well, at least not in the first one. It's probably like somewhere in there, kinda, but I don't know. Is it? I think as soon as you hit like mostly negative and stuff, there was another game recently that also got in the same situation. It just kind of throws you out of that. Maybe now that it got to mixed, they actually kind of started getting it back maybe or something. Maybe stop showing because I do have it. Usually it kind of still does show. Region based? Yeah, it's mostly region based. You could switch though. You could switch at some point. You could switch to... I think there was a way to switch to global, Yeah, there is wood there. There is wood though. But yeah, I think most of the time whenever it's... actually, Bingle Bingle doing kinda okay, seems like. Huh, that's good. Damn, nice. Alright, that actually went good for them. Feels good, man. That was a good one. I played that one. If you're into Balatra and don't mind something a little more, you know, deep and complicated, this is good, huh? This is good, eh? $6. Nice. You do have it there still, huh? So maybe it's only for small releases. If you get to like mixed and mostly negative, they throw you away. Maybe if you're big enough, you're still gonna push through anyway. Scary how quick this got made. I wonder if it was actually after the Balatra success or if they already had something like that going. I'm not sure actually. Maybe it was just like, maybe like the Balatra devs already were posting about things and they just saw that people kind of, you know, wait for it. Actually, it was on the next fest success, right? So even though it was like still a month, less than a month even. Also have it there too. All right. So maybe if you big enough, Gibbon doesn't remove you from there then. Yeah, some people don't even know, right? That is also true. That some stuff is going on and they don't look. As I said, like most of the people, they just go, like they see something that is cool and hyped, and they just buy it. Or they go to the store and they just ask, you know, like the guy who's working, like, yo, what's like the next big thing? And they just gonna like tell you pretty much the most expensive game they have right now. Yeah, this one is next one. There you go, bro. You can play it, buy it. Then they buy it, and they don't care. Yeah, they're mixed already. Let me see, maybe actually because of mixed return. I'm not showing for my region, I guess, then. There was a way to check the global before. I think top sellers you can see global or not global. And they remove it. Before there was like a button for that, I think. Where you can see like the global top sellers and your local top sellers. And the top sellers, there it is, yeah. In top sellers it shows, even though it's in library. And new and trending, still not. Horizon is here though. Horizon very positive. That's nice. At some point when it will on the good big sale, I'll probably get that. See new game, new run activation. I see. Yeah, some people just do that. Some people do that. Yes, it's like I say. Yeah, but Dragon's Dogma, a lot of people also kind of gonna like, even before all the Fiesta, right? I said a lot of people with Dragon's Dogma probably gonna be kind of like jubated. Because, I don't know, like, after seeing the first game back then when Ella was playing, I kind of knew that a lot of people gonna get disappointed. And especially, you know, since they did a lot of those, like, the fast travel and stuff. Like, I don't mind, personally, but I know that a lot of people probably not gonna like. It looks like that is like not even because like you can lose or something. I mean, you probably can. Like, if you watch Ella and Ella just destroys stuff, that's Ella, you know. That's not because the game is easier or something. It's because he's good. But yeah, like you probably can. It ain't that simple. At least until some point, probably when you already maybe will get like super OP and stuff. But yeah, it does look like this, in my opinion. The first game was like that because I remember like moderating during the Dragon's Dogma 1 era, and I could like just like, you know, go make some tea or something, return, and there was like 2 messages in like few thousand viewers channel, right? Or like could scroll up and see like 30 minutes before in chat. And I feel like it's kind of similar in the Dragon's Dogma 2 already, because whenever like I raid Ella, like yesterday for example, right? Like it's easy to see the like how excited viewers about like what's happening, what game is being played, which run by amount of spank requests and stuff. Like if you raid and people like barely even like, you know, manage to catch you to like greet because like chat is like flying, right? That means like something like very pogue happening. If you go in, there is like, you know, greetings and stuff and like a couple of spank requests, that's like normal. If you go in and there's like a shitload of spank requests, that means that people probably kind of already just like mostly enjoying the chat rather than what's happening on stream. Another one also is like when you're greeting, right? Like when you go in and I greet and then I kind of like greet people back. Like yesterday, for example, I kind of was like taking a break a little, so it's just not wall of my answers, right? So like there's like some messages in between basically, so it doesn't look like I'm spamming too much. That usually means that kind of like, you know, chat is more enjoying chat. That happens like with some speedruns, for example, when people already like with Hitman and stuff, when people already more excited about some Fiesta in chat going on and memeing. And that's Dragon's Dogma 2, in my opinion, from what I see, from what I've seen. And boring to watch. I mean, I do think so. I do think so. I do kind of think so. It's one of those games. Some games just kind of like, it's not a bad game. Doesn't mean it's bad, right? It's just like some games are like way more fun playing rather than watching, in my opinion. Si può essere. Hey Corsad, hello. How we doing? See, it do be like that. It do be like that. With Dragon's Dogma. It was not even fun to play. I guess it depends. I actually ironically, like, I mean, I barely played, right? And like, it was character creation and then just like the beginning steps in the game, and I kind of like was like, dude, I want to play more. Like, I felt like I want to see more, to try more. And unironically, actually, what kind of makes it maybe even like more exciting and interesting for me is the multi-class system and everything. I'm just kind of, and I haven't watched and looked into it, right? So I kind of just like keeping it interesting, just like getting all those classes and stuff, leveling, getting all those different passives and stuff, you know, like min-maxing that shit maybe a little bit. I mean, I'm probably gonna need some hints on that and some min-maxing later maybe, but yeah, like that is kind of exciting. And the combat is nice, so I don't mind. See Slavic, right? See course, let's see. As long as it's fun. Women's for me? Well, I mean, I didn't get to the big city, right? Until big city, at least for now, is okay. Like, even when I go full flamethrower mode on the mage, that actually, like, not lag. Sometimes in some places you can see a little, like, kind of like... It's hard, it's not even like the big FPS drop or something, just kind of like the frame timing. You can see kind of like it's weird a little when you, like, turn around. Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff to do all the time, and it's nice. It's nice. I like that. I like that. But again, I feel like it might be because of the... Like, when you play. When you watch, it might be not as fun. Like, a lot of RPGs, like, in general, might be boring to watch, but a lot of people actually, like I remember, like, when we were like, well, like, Monday is a bad game, like, a bad day. Like, no one, like, watches streams on Monday. Like, Monday, like, a Sunday and Monday, actually, I think, might, like, the best days, usually. For the viewership on the channel and everything, ironically. And people like RPGs, and I'm happy about that. We'll see how Dragon's Dogma will go, though. But like in many RPGs, it's just like story and stuff carries. And a lot of old RPGs, people just want to, you know, like to remember the story, want to see how Strieber goes through the story. And I feel like Dragon's Dogma probably not gonna be that big in that department. I feel, remembering the first one. See, Rev, I see. Is Capcom's DRM's fault? Well, I mean, people said that Capcom's DRM is way worse than the Denuvo, and it could be worse. It could be worse. So we'll see how things will go. I'm gonna be playing it slowly and waiting for them to patch stuff. But yeah, back to like the microtransactions and stuff. I do respect everyone with like them going hard with principles and stuff. I do respect that. And I'm happy that there is this conversation going about it. And I really dislike that shit. Even though I still gonna be playing all that stuff because I just play a lot of stuff in general. So yeah, it do be me. It do be me. I have no principles, man. I'm trash. See what I say. Have the glorious voice acting. Ah, I see, I see. Benefits no one but the publishers by 1% profit. I mean, probably a little more than 1%, but yeah, obviously. Publisher and Corpa. Dogma so far does have like this like color palette that is not very appealing, and the first one I think also had that. It was either like maybe like a little more green in like the forest, but it always looked kind of with a little bit of this kind of like this like yellowish, you know, tint sorta. Like, that was always the case. That was always the case. I feel that maybe it's kind of like partially like some sort of like MMO leftover or something. Potentially. You like it? Let's see. Now, for now, it kind of looks okay for me personally. I don't really mind, but yeah, I can see, you know, like that it might get kind of tiring if it's not gonna change much later. Like if there will be like different biomes and stuff that's gonna change that color palette a little, then it's fine. Let's see, Lydia might say. And more cartoony cat people. That's Coomers, man. Coomers. Way too specific. Way too specific. I need the goblin cat like I have. That's all you need. That's all you need. The Outcast actually new and trending too. There is like this also thing that like now that we're kind of in the interesting, you know, industry talk story and everything. There is, I don't know, trend or not, but like a lot of games that are kind of triple A-ish that are not really doing that right. Like they're good reviews and stuff, but they are just like, you can see that they're not selling like crazy. Like Outcast, Lone in the Dark, what was the name? Banishers, right? That one also like wasn't really super bogey in terms of performance whatsoever. What else we had kind of recently? Like they all farm decent reviews. They are not bad or anything, right? But people just don't fucking buy. Rise of Ronin. Well, that's on PlayStation though, so Prince of Persia, yeah. True. Well, Prince of Persia kind of hard to judge, but I assume, especially since it's already went on like 40% discount like a couple of months after release, it's insane. Double A becoming obsolete, I think so. Yeah, I don't know. It does kind of feel like you need to either like go completely ham, right? I guess, or just go like stick to India or something at this point. Only us boomers remember. Well, I mean, it's not about the boomers. It's about like the fact that like, the games are out, right? Like they're popular and trending. They have good reviews. The price is even not there. I'm not sure actually the global price, right? I'm not sure, but I would assume it's still below $50, I guess, right? Both Outcast and Alone in the Dark, maybe 50 or something. And it's just people just don't buy. They just don't buy. Okay, let's get back to action. This all the insane tangent. It took a long time, man. Holy shit. Oh, Outcast is 60. That explains. All right. I was Alone in the Dark in terms of price. $54 Outcast, full 60. Well, that actually kind of partially explains though. Then, like, what do we have in terms of like the most successful games this year? Helldivers, Palworld, basically. And then like, what's the common trend between them outside of being good? Like Outcast and stuff is also good, right? 20 tops. Yeah, I think that might be kind of part of the sentiment there, I guess. This one with really good reviews too now. Well, that's probably like $20, I guess, I assume, or something, even if we take the double price. Yeah, there is Alone in the Dark. And Alone in the Dark actually in the end kind of dealt seemingly kind of better than, in terms of at least amount of sales, than Outcast. This the weeb shit. Yeah, then you have the weeb shit with mixed reviews and it still like boasts way better results than everything before. Probably because also it doesn't cost too much. I see it, I see it. Because of some cock thing? Wait, what? Lords of the Fallen. Lords of the Fallen at least kind of farmed not the best reviews. So I could kind of blame that at least, right? But we have like a whole bunch of stuff that like has really good reviews, but it's just nope. It's kind of the same as with what was the name? The Suicide Squad. Also good reviews and everything. As you can see, like on Steam, for that there was like a lot of the conspiracies, even, right? That they just kind of like changed the reviews and stuff, like that. Most likely all bullshit. But like they do have good reviews, but it just doesn't sell well. That's it. Like the not people not enjoying franchise XD network. Seemed like it wasn't very XD then. Go touch grass. Chinese player base, alright. Yeah, the English doesn't complain about that, I guess. Yeah, see that this is again also the stuff, right? When like the overall sort of like the sentiment is that it's, you know, supposed to be positive and good, everything negative gonna get clowned. Chinese does though? I mean, probably it might, yeah. Well, that I'm not sure, but probably. It's filtered by playtime or by language. I see. That also, I think, like all this clown farming is not that good. What can one do with all the clowns? Yeah. It's like it either creates the situation when some people just like post, you know, the most like controversial takes and everything just to farm clowns. Yeah, another way around, a lot of people who just don't want to post anything like negative about generally positive game because they're gonna get the clown farm, right? And vice versa, like no one wants to post positive and the negative receive the game because they're gonna farm clowns. I see window, alright. Can buy epic emotes and stickers. Yeah, see that is like partially low key, kind of like the muskrat strats there, you know, with monetizing outrage on Twitter, basically, just on the scale of Twitch reviews. It's obviously not as bad, but I do think it kind of like makes it worse. It's just kind of it increases the like the avalanche of kind of like going full positive or full negative, because it kind of like, you know, wards people away from giving the opinion that is not going in accordance with like the general consensus, let's put it that way. Some people don't care, right? And it's also other way around. Some people maybe don't have an opinion, or their opinion is kind of like just made up just to farm the cloud, yeah, to get the emotes and stuff. I think that kind of like gamification and currencyfication of review system is not a good idea, in my opinion. It adds interactivity, right? Adds motivation for people to go and write reviews, but I think it's a bad idea. Only 2 clowns, I see. Well, probably just reviews didn't take off, like just 2 because of that. If there'll be more people reading, there'll be probably more. Oh dear. Very positive. You can farm them better, yeah. Yes, he's there, right? The deer is hiding, alright. What a gaming. Damn, disclaimers and limitations of liability. Holy shit, dude. Insane. Yes, either the last guy see. Could be that. Could be that. No, there we go. That's because I was searching Call of Duty today for the conversation. You ruined it for me now. I'm getting some fucking normie shit here. Yeah, how's the trend of clown? I see that there's war here. I see for negative you get clown. I assume for positive you get more clown though. Yeah, well I mean yeah, kinda. Show some new ones. I think it's like if you post on something fresh, then kinda probably gonna be like some more popular reviews first, but then if it's like game already was out for a while and you post new review, it's gonna be kinda higher. But also like less people checking it, I guess. So yeah, this guy only got 3. Actually, it was 21st of March. See window, I see. Damn, Toy Musk. It's time for the Giga reviewing, man. Let's go. Time to become a reviewer. Show them the proper journalism, eh? How did Park Baseball? It's like the smallest sports game. One off, I guess. Total playtime and the playtime when reviews are published. I think it's when like person didn't like that when they don't differ too much, I guess. Or when there's not enough data, I guess. Yeah, this one does show. This one does. Yeah, these mostly do. Yeah, I see, Akira. I see. That could be, actually. That could be. Oh, it doesn't show any time. They don't have any stats. You can't even see how many people are playing the game, actually, right now on Steam. So, I guess, yeah, all the info goes through the Activision shit, so... You can't see anything. They are on Steam, but not exactly, you know, I guess. It's like, we want your money, but we don't want to give you information. Star Ocean. That's because we watched some Square Enix stuff, I guess. Play the demo now. Pronto. Some good remakes there. And people actually enjoying, eh? Rimworld coming soon. Haven't bought a single DLC yet, bro. Come on. How many are there already? Only 15 hours. The rookie numbers, man. Rookie numbers. Yeah, this one's still never on sale, man. I think it's kind of partially a good thing, though, because like you never feel bad that, you know, oh, it was cheaper at some point or something. You just know it never was cheaper. That's pretty much it. It's more or less the same price always, and you are not missing some bad price. But on the other hand, important also to know that there is a whole group of people that's gonna be sitting there and waiting until sale. And I waited for like 5 years for this to be on sale until I gave up. Until I gave up. But some people never give up. Yes, see, some people still waiting. Oh, the Brighter Shore is even on Steam, I see. From the RuneScape developers. Here you go, child. I see, I see. Then the pesticide going ham. I see, good child, alright. Yeah, happens. Deck building card game, eh? Amisio Bisterai. Very positive. Free to play even. Damn, son. Well, I guess prologue or something. Stepanov Ivan Andreevich. Damn, son. Alright. The deck building non-card game. That's an interesting question. It'll be the deck of something else. Maybe it's the deck of something else. But then it's still kind of gonna be cards though, I guess. The dice builders. But that's this dice builder. That's not the... not the, you know... not the deck builder. The deck of shipbuilding. Well, see, there you go. There's a beam game for you. You make a deck builder and there you actually build a deck. There it is, huh? What a twist, man. That probably even gonna sell for memes. Also need to kind of make it like very subtle or something, you know. So it's kind of not super obvious that it's a deck builder. As an actual deck, you know. Like some subtle hints there and everything. Maybe people will start like gifting it to friends and stuff to bamboozle them and shit. And there it is then. That is the commercial idea for you. But there is something like that actually. Now that actually goes the actual deck builders, I guess. Yeah, a lot of people have the deck builder already in the name. No fun. No fun. Skull and Bones, the deck builder. Yeah, I mean, you don't really like actually build that stuff though. Maybe when Age of Water will be out, that might be a deck builder then. Kinda. Somewhat at least. The one I played prologue of yesterday. Alright, let's get to W's. I went ham a little today with talking, bro. Like, where did the time fly even today? First, like, expedition time just pee-pee poofed. Then now talking time just pee-pee poofed. Like, what the fuck? Already like 6 hours in. Holy shit. Now, where did everything go? I like me some Sundays, dude, huh? Always nice chatting. Valve introduces new Steam Family game sharing program. So now you can share your Coomer games with your family. Feels good, man. Where is all the Coomer families now going already? Time to add each other. Balatro sells 1 million copies in first month. Mobile version on the way. Dude, on mobile they probably gonna fucking farm, dude. The one you want to share? I don't think it's necessary for someone to be logged in. I think if it's kind of like the family sharing before, then I think only one can be online or something out of the family. Or something like that. I see, Steve, alright. No, that's probably not. The March's Xbox Game Pass lineup has Diablo 4 and cars galore. Damn, son. Oh, Terra Invicta even, huh? Insane. There you go, Diablo on Game Pass. Evil West. Not bad. Not bad. That's some good lineup there. Actually kinda good. Can actually enjoy the Diablo playthrough for a reasonable price now. Because in summer probably gonna be the expansion dropping. That shit gonna cost like a game. Marvel 1943, A Rise of Hydra, his Skydance's Captain America Black Panther game arriving next year. Black Panther Azuri. The first trailer. Alright, let's see. Let's see. What it is all about. More superheroes, yeah. Love superheroes.
They're combing the streets. Searching house to house.
If they arrest you two, they will take you to their headquarters, and you will not return.
I'm more concerned with the 6-foot cat man who's got claws that can cut through vibranium alloy. By my count, that makes 2 super soldiers loose in Paris.
3, counting you.
And that's 2 too many.
I'll be there before the sun rises. Before the Germans, before that American. The Eye of Force has been found.
Please, just stick to the rooftops. Be careful, Stanwasami.
When am I not?
Burnt out on the superhero stuff. I am not a huge fan myself.
You may encounter some obstacles.
That won't be a problem.
Our cat friend is definitely here too. By the look of things, he's not very far ahead.
The American boy is right on your heels.
Who the hell are you?
If you wanted us dead, we'd be dead. So what do you want?
Answers.
That's far enough!
Stay out of my way!
Stand aside!
I do not take orders from anyone!
I don't have time for this.
Neither do I.
Germans hunting down the superheroes. Huh? Don't give them ideas. They make it asynchronous multiplayer. Yeah, the superhero stuff was kind of never big on my watch, so I'm kind of not a huge fan personally. I mean, we'll see. It's also just the cinematic anyway. And what it's gonna be in terms of gameplay and stuff. I didn't really have comic books and stuff. I didn't really... Well, I mean, I did have some cartoons, I guess, back in the day. That's pretty much it. And movies, I don't in general watch too much, so... I don't even know half of them. Actually, Captain America, I guess I kind of did watch back in the day. Because, like, my brother, I think, was already watching some of that. Like, the most recent stuff I watched probably was, like, from, like, 2000... like 10 maybe, I guess, or something. I don't remember when that one was. Tiny bit of interest in Blade. I kinda do agree. Blade we did have. Blade actually was somewhat big back home. That shit, first one especially, I watched like multiple times for sure. That was kind of cool, and then that actually, like, some people were into that stuff. So that is a thing. We had a guy in the college even who we gave nickname Blade to, because he was like walking around in like the leather coat. See, portable, I say. The priorities. Priorities. No, you don't like superheroes? There you go. Arc the Animated Series. A surprise launches on Paramount Plus today. There it is, man. There is apparently, I think, episode 1 on the Paramount Twitch channel until some time. Just going there. In circles, I guess, so you can actually go watch that if you want. Will be a little more episodes they would be showing. We could watch that together, but like just for one episode, feel kind of like, why? Balatro was almost called a Joker Poker, and other details from its creator. Let's see. What drew you to wanting to create games as a hobby, and how long have you been making games? When I was at university, I was taking this mechanical engineering course, and I was watching a lot of videos from YouTube of people playing video games, and I always wanted to make a video game, so that's kind of when it started. Still in engineering school, and in my spare time, I'd start making simulations, more than video games, and some little games. And I made kind of a risk-type game, and I got really into the actual process of making games and simulations. So I ended up dropping out of engineering, and I went into computer science program because of that. But basically, the entire time I was in that program, when I'd got home from school, I would just make games and keep coding, and it's something I held on to after I left school, and just always did that. Main thing with it, though, is that I never really shared it with an audience. Either it was mostly just for me, or I would share it with a couple of friends and family that knew would appreciate these things as a way to share that part. Yeah, I've been making games for probably almost 10 years, I guess, but this is the first time I made anything public at all. Dear Balatri come to be, special about this concept that made you want to share it with the public. Concept came from, it's a game called Big 2, and it's a Cantonese game. If you ever played a game called The Presidents, or Cheat, or General, or Asshole, it's the same type of game where you have a hand of cards and you select some of the cards and play them down. So it's actually based on a game like that, not based on poker, and I used to play this game, Big 2, all the time with my friends when I was in high school and growing up. Wanted to make an online version of that game to play with them during the pandemic, and so I started making the bare bones fundamental engine. When I was doing that, I was watching YouTube videos about Rugby Landlord at the time, and I really liked a lot of the design elements of that game. And I thought, you know, I could transition this into a game like that, where you are facing off against the score requirement, almost and you are not facing enemies per se. And I just liked a lot about the core design aspects of that game, so I kind of combined those ideas, and after a while it ended up being one of the more polished things I'd ever worked on, so I thought it'd be kind of fun to put it on Steam. An interview with PC Gamer, and you said you are not really a poker player and that you are not particularly a fan of it. If that's the case, how did you decide to incorporate poker into this concept? Idea of taking something you are not really into but recognizing it could work for this formula is really interesting. A little bit of an outsider in terms of indie games. I didn't really play a lot of indie games. Know a lot of the theming with the indie games is one of the things that always kind of put me off with it. It's very fantasy heavy. The theming was always a barrier to entry for me. Fantasy heavy? I mean, I wouldn't really say so. As making this game, I thought playing cards was something that's thematically tied to playing cards that has a lot of identity, iconography, imagery people are familiar with that they can lean on to get into the game instead of having to learn about, so that they can get into the game. I thought poker is a perfect thing because it has all these interesting visuals, sounds, terminology people are generally familiar with, more than most other card games do. I mean, true, I guess like poker is more kind of like international thing that a lot of people in all over the world know. Like everyone probably has some like card games that are more popular in their countries. But is it the same all over the place? Not sure. The most other it kind of has this aura about it as a card game, more so than like a solitaire would or cribbage or something. So I learned leaned really heavily in on the theming because I knew the theming was such a strong part of poker. Even if the mechanics I don't really care for in poker. I don't really play it. I know how it works, I've played it before, but it's not really a game I enjoy. Very unfamiliar. I mean, I don't know like the combos and stuff still too. I played it, I kind of know the gist, but yeah. Out of other card games, the others I know is probably kind of like some local stuff basically we played at home. That maybe not even, you know, translating in other languages and countries better. I think Bellagio would have worked like with any other card game that uses real cards. Is there a card game you do enjoy that could have also fit? Work is the operative word, and depends on what your definition here is. I think mechanically it would be identical if it was dice and like a Yahtzee type game, because it's essentially the same thing, picking playing card hands from that. Could have based it off Big Two, the original game that was supposed to be based off, but people don't know that game, so it's just another hurdle to even get into playing the game. Mechanically, yeah, there's really no reason why it needs to be poker. Could replace the word blind with enemy, chips with points, and it would be functionally identical. Yeah, not sure, Steve, actually. In the same boat as you in that I'm not a poker player. I don't know how to play poker, but Bellagio helped me memorize poker hands for the first time. Zio design in Bellagio, was it more important to you that poker players get into this game, or more people like me who don't care about poker? The intention was never to make a game for poker players. I think I was expecting people that weren't familiar with poker to be able to interface with it. I think honestly, when I hear people that really are into poker play this game, I do hear quite often they say like, oh, it's actually nothing like poker, right? The skill that you have as poker player, like all the depth of the skill that you develop, is so different from just knowing which hands are in poker. It's more like playing your opponents and how you raise. And I don't know poker very well either, but I do know that it's looked at as almost like chess, where there is such deep strategy to that game, and none of that's apparent in Bellagio. So no, it wasn't designed for poker players. Can see how they would like it though, if they just enjoy video games or like solitaire. Don't think they would be more inclined to enjoy it than you or me. I woke up and suddenly made a giga successful game. No, I mean, you mentioned that I was making stuff for a while. It's just this one actually, you know, succeeded. A big fan of deck builders, and do you ever try to make any before as one of your smaller private projects, or is Balatria your first stab at doing a deck builder? First deck builder I've ever played. I watched some videos about Rugby Landlords. I understood mechanically how that game works, but I'd never seen Slay the Spire, or I don't know what other games were in the genre at the time. Since I made Balatro, I have played a couple of these games, and I think it's really good to think that I never played any of these games before I made Balatro because they're so well designed. Designs would have infiltrated my own design processes, and it would have kind of overshadowed maybe some of the original things. It would have saved me a lot of heartache and mistakes, but I think it would have narrowed the design space unintentionally. Do you feel you were onto something with Balatro? Maybe the best deck builder I've ever played, and it feels like it was made by someone who has played a lot of deck builders. Main goal that I had by rubric number 1 at the top is I want a game that I enjoy playing, and I hit that mark. I think it was the week before launch day that I finally felt like, okay, I want to sit down and play this game in my spare time. So besides that, I can't simulate what other people are going to think about the game. I had no idea if it would be successful or a flop or whatever, so yeah, I just know personally that I started enjoying it about then. Oh, I actually don't even know that one, Steve. I mean, I heard, but I haven't seen. Do you find yourself enjoying Balatro more and playing it more often that you are sort of the other side of the launch? I do play it a little bit, but honestly, I really enjoy making games a lot more than I do playing them. Hard for me to judge just because it's only one thing I've thought about, like 2 years as well. So it's very difficult for me to be a critic and say, am I actually enjoying it? The reasons why I'm not playing it, is it because I don't want to play it, or is it because I'm just sick of working on it and thinking about it all the time? I don't know, I still do enjoy it, but there is a lot of other emotions and thoughts going at the same time too, so it's really hard to judge. Does it feel to have created something that garners such an overwhelmingly positive reception? I mean, it's cool, that it wasn't something I was expecting. But again, I think the thing I'm most excited about is that I was able to do it in the first place and stick to this process for such a long time. And it was so much work, but sticking to that process and believing it's going to work out. So I'm most excited about that. I'm most excited that I ended up making this thing that I wanted to make, and it's really nice that people also seem to really love it too. What was the most challenging aspect of developing? Taking it public 100% was the biggest challenge. You know, I made games for so long, and I have also had another game that I've worked on for about 2 years, maybe 2.5 years. And I never told anyone about that game, and all I think about is just how fun it was for literally the entire time I was working on it. No pressure, could do whatever I wanted with it, and whatever time frame I wanted, and as soon as I went public with this game, I wasn't expecting there to be a chatter all the time and pressure to do things. And if there's a bug, you need to fix it, and criticism, because none of that stuff really is why I wanted to make the game in the first place. I just love making games, and all that stuff seemed the most like, almost like a means to an end, if I wanted to have this game on Steam. So since it went public, I think dealing with that side of it has biggest challenge in the entire development cycle. My favorite elements of the game is the Jokers, for how much fun they are, how much they change the game, and just the sheer number of them. What's the process behind designing a Joker suitable for Balatro? I think they are what people enjoy the most about the game. They're also fun to make. Just visually, there's so many different directions you can take them. The process for making them is really fun, because sometimes I'll come up with an idea for an effect, and then I'll brainstorm and I'll think, oh, that could work with this subject matter and would be really fun. And then more often it's the opposite. I'll see something and be like, oh, that would make like a good looking Joker, and then I'll have to come up with like an effect for it. So sometimes it starts from one end, sometimes it starts from the other. Sometimes an effect will just be completely cut from the game. I think I mentioned this before, but I do have kind of bad reading retention, and I think that's one of the reasons why I don't enjoy a lot of strategy games like this. So I made a pact with this game that descriptions can be more than 4 lines and 20 words. That's probably changed since I've released it, since there's probably some that are a little bit longer. But in general, I try and make it so that the Joker card need to be really simple to understand for it to be in the game. That also really helped to drive what Jokers do. They need to do things that are relatively simple, and that kind of breeds this elegant strategy by itself by doing that. So yeah, they were the most fun part of the game for me to make for sure. I'm also an artist. I love drawing in my spare time, and this is the first time I really got into pixel art. So it was just another really fun creative outlet in my game development journey that didn't involve writing code. So there's kind of like two different sides to it. And I do feel like I got to express myself a lot in that regard as well. Yeah, Jokers are kind of nice. They kind of looking good, huh? Now, disqualifies a Joker from making the cut and how many were left on the cutting room floor. Few Ways had a very long beta demo process for like 7 months. So I release a card, a Joker, and then it's clear that it's either just way too overpowered or nobody takes it, or it's too niche. A litany of different problems it could have. And sometimes you can tweak it so numbers are more in line with what it should be, and sometimes you can tweak it so but more often its effect just isn't good and you just get rid of it. I'll probably recycle the art into something else. That's usually what I do because the art takes quite a bit of time. Less often I'll completely scrap art. There's not very many examples of that happening, but every now and then it does happen where I'll have art in the game for many months and then I'll never love it and I'll just think I could probably do better than that. Then I'll come up with something else, but that's pretty rare. I think usually I try and keep the art, so those are the main ways that Joker would get completely nixed from the game. But yeah, it has happened quite a bit. Know how often do you watch other players play the game, but are you surprised with some of the strategies and combinations of Joker's players have discovered and in some instances almost break the game? Do you get excited when you see that stuff, or do you look and think that's way too overpowered, I should change that? I do think both things actually, because sometimes I do think something can be overpowered in a fun way. Something can be overpowered in a way that excludes the player from experiencing other fun in the game, which you don't want. So there's something that's really easy to do that, or I'll just do this every time and then I won't feel the need to explore the design space of this game. Then ultimately that's the path of least resistance, and it's not as fun as actually branching out and understanding the depth of the game, so sometimes I do feel like that. More often though, when I watch people that play that are really good, it makes me feel good that this game ended up being so emergent that when I watch I'll be like, oh, I never thought of that. It's interesting how these strategies have emerged from the system that I created, and I didn't really consider a lot of these strategies. So I do enjoy watching players do that, and I do think that I'm not very good at playing my own game too. That probably plays into it. Your favorite Joker that you either loved to play or was the most fun to illustrate? Is it the same card? Probably not the same card, no. My favorite art, I always like to shout out the banana Jokers in this game. The anecdote behind the Gros Michel banana. It went extinct, I think, in the 50s and was replaced by the banana that we know now as the Cavendish banana. So there's kind of some lore baked into the game where if you get the Gros Michel banana and it goes extinct, then you can get the Cavendish banana later on. And it's less likely to go extinct. I really like the whole design around that. And visually I really like the pareidolia Joker as well. Pareidolia is a word for when you look at a cloud or a tree or something, you'll see a face in it sometimes. Concept is called pareidolia, and it was really funny because I was able to recreate that idea by making playing cards on the Joker itself in the shape of a face, which itself is a pareidolia. So I really like the art for that card. It's one of my favorite ones as well, but I don't know, I've got a soft spot for almost all the Jokers there. It's like picking your favorite child almost. Mentioned not being good at your own game, and the cool things about this game was a community that has sprouted up around season, players posting their seeds and helping each other out. Ever played other players' seeds? No, I never have. This is one of the biggest teaching moments I think I've had in this game. Barely even included this seed when I first went public with this game. Was using the seed as more of a saving tool so you could save runs easier, and I decided to expose the seed itself as like, I have this anyway, may as well show it. And players really got into the seeds, and I never understood it, so they would keep playing those seeded runs, and it just made me realize one of the core audiences for this game is a group that I don't personally identify with, as the things that I enjoy about the game being different than what they enjoy. I really enjoy that they love the seeds so much they are able to share them, so I've tried to facilitate that as much as I could. But most of that has come from me actually talking to them and understanding what they enjoy about it. Changing the seed algorithm so it more suits that idea. I have to lean on them quite a lot for that, but I do really love that that's happened. Does Reed accidentally hit a gold mine? Yep, that's interesting actually. Like, never play deck builders, don't really play shit in general. pretty much. Just, you know, there it is. Well, actually, that's interesting about seeds, though, by the way, Ultan. Might be an interesting idea if you do have some mechanism like that for saving and stuff. A lot of people, I guess, just like running the same seeds just to encounter some specific situations and maybe to min-max some seeds. Then I think what Slade Spire also does kind of cool. Not sure, like, how big it is in the success of Slade Spire, but they have all those, like, daily modified runs, right? Like, every day there's the same seed, basically, with some same modifiers that people can compete in, you know, and get who gets the higher score there. That's kind of cool, too. Blatcher had a bit of trouble with being pulled from some international storefronts for visually resembling a gambling game. How did you react to this news, and what's your stance on gambling mechanics and games in general? Well, my stance is more that I don't want to put gambling in my game. There's no way that you can spend extra money in Bellatra to do anything else. I think really the problem is that it looks like poker, which itself isn't technically a gambling game unless you actually spend money on it, right? I think that's where the biggest hiccup is, but like personally I'm opposed to spending money on a booster pack to get some kind of reward in game or microtransactions or anything like that. Ethically, I wouldn't ever be comfortable putting that in my game. It did kind of sting a little bit when they assumed that this game would be associated with those kind of things. When other games in this industry do that, and I don't think they are punished in the same way. Nope, they aren't. Now you release your first game publicly, how has this changed your perception of game design and what makes a fun game? The biggest lessons you learned that you think you'll apply to whatever you make next? Learned so much about game design, actually. You know, I've been in my bubble for the past year and a half before I went public with this game. You don't see the things that people struggle with in your game, either core game mechanics that they don't enjoy or quality of life things that they think should be there that aren't. For example, tooltips. In the game there were very few tooltips before, because I knew that every Joker did or what every card does, so I didn't really need them. But then as soon as I went public with it, it's like, oh yeah, why am I not displaying that information? So I think what I've learned is what I want to involve beta testers early in the process to get that kind of feedback right away. So I can kind of incorporate that into the core engine easier. But now that I've gone through this, I do feel like I know a lot of these things. Like some of the pitfalls to avoid just from experience. I'm sure it would go smoother next time I release a game just due to that. But you know, basically from what I mentioned before, I've been exposed to so many more games and design ideas and best practices and whatnot. And that's also probably going to change my next game for the negative a little bit as well, because I won't be as uninhibited about making games. And I'll be a little bit more rigid in terms of what kind of design space I'm willing to explore. I think there's a little bit of a give and take there. Idea whatever you want to do next in your head now. I want to keep around Bellatra for sure. I'm not really entertaining any big game ideas yet, but I do have some that I have thought about, yeah. This experience changed your willingness to release games publicly? Has it made you more eager to put more games out for the world to see? Or do you think it will still be a little bit more case-by-case basis? That's interesting, actually. I don't know. I feel like my next game, if it was public or not public, I don't know if that would matter too much. Tell you what I'm really excited about for the next game that I work on is telling absolutely nobody about it, basically until I'm done making it. I'm excited to do that so that I can kind of just get back to really what I love about this, which is just making the game. I've seen you say there is no wrong way to pronounce Blatro, and I respect that. That said, what's the weirdest way that you ever heard people say the name of the game? There's two main camps. There is Balatro and there is Balatro, but I do see the joke a lot. Joke a lot of, oh, Balatro, is that movie with the dog in Alaska? The Balto. Balatro. See. Let's chill and make a game. I mean, dude could just like take all those like small little, you know, things that he was doing before and just like start, you know, just publish that. Pretty much. Maybe do like the Patreon, kind of like those, you know, like the cooperatives of developers, and just like, you know, give subscribers those little games that they are making. Why not? But yeah, now you can indeed actually kind of chill probably. Yeah, with million copies sold, you probably can chill. You probably can chill quite a lot. Depends on like the publisher agreement and stuff, of course, but yeah, still probably decent amount in the pocket. Yeah, lending the IGN in boxes, yeah. The Balatro names. Inscription. The artist. Oh, it's the interview and 500,000 copies, alright. Anything I want to say to fans who enjoy the game, said that the thing I was most proud of is the fact that I've just even got to the finish line at all. But you know, the fact that people love this game so much and they're so invested in its future and wanting to improve it and design ideas, they've kind of allowed me to turn this into a career. It's a career that I really want to do forever, and I'm grateful that they've been able to afford that opportunity for me and that they keep playing Balatro, keep getting those high scores. You know how like they didn't really ask like a lot of nuance in terms of development, and yeah, like in general even like what, you know, what the person was doing pretty much before and everything. Even though I guess like wasn't maybe the person didn't want to tell the story that much, I guess, what they're doing and stuff. Because I'm pretty sure like if it for 10 years just like making games for yourself for fun, you're probably kind of like doing something else for a living. Most likely. Most likely. A Larian CEO says the studio is done with Baldur's Gate 3 to focus on something new. So no DLCs. Company of big ideas, not a company that make to create DLCs or expansions. Tried it actually a few times, failed every single time. Not our thing, life is too short, our ambitions are very large. Well, there they go. Yeah, there was some speculation that is because of like the Wizards of the Coast and stuff, but no, apparently has nothing to do with the right holder. It's just that they don't want to do more Dungeons & Dragons, more Baldur's Gate for now, at least. Cruel to untrue. I think they even said, yeah, it's not gonna be Divinity, it's not gonna be Baldur's Gate actually. Divinity 4 Disguised is another IP. I do feel that they might just go sci-fi. Maybe sort of Divinity, but sci-fi, yeah. Maybe. And I think no one will even mind that. I don't think anyone will even mind that. About another RTS. I mean, to be honest, at this point, they could do both, honestly. They had like what? They have actually like 6 fucking studios or something? Let me see. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I can kind of basically see, I guess, this way. Yeah, Barcelona, Dublin, Gent, Guildford, Kuala Lumpur, and Quebec. I think there's maybe even more. I kind of wonder where the Russian studio went from here. Because I don't really see any, like, the usual directions there. Yeah, that's the thing, like, they have, like, a shitload. And for a while, like they have the St. Petersburg studio for a long time. I don't remember when it was. I was even like looking into their like job openings back then and stuff. Like they have a lot of stuff. They have a lot of things going on. So they can technically, yeah, just like easily go and do like multiple games. No problemos. 6 locations, all low paid. I mean, not exactly. I wouldn't really say so. Like, what is even like... Like, I wouldn't really say these are very low paid. Like, you could say maybe Kuala Lumpur, but like, yeah, not exactly. I wouldn't really say it's that cheap. Like the one in Petersburg, maybe, I guess you could kind of say that was a cheap one. RPG designer, by the way. There it is. A recruiter. The Canada, yeah. Canada, like Quebec, for example, I think is like a really big in game development scene now, so I'm pretty sure it's not cheap at all because there's a shitload of studios there. I mean, Gent is Belgium, right? That ain't a cheap country at all. Like Spain, well, I mean, you could say in compared to some other EU countries, Spain is like maybe cheaper. But like compared to like 90% of the world, it's not. Dublin is the same too. Guildford, I guess, also. You can kind of sometime kind of stretch that, like, yeah, Kuala Lumpur and Malaysia maybe is not super expensive. It's still not the cheapest though. Like if they as I said, like if they would want to go like cheaper, they probably would be maybe in Malaysia, but like not in Kuala Lumpur. Same as like in Russia, they also could go not in Petersburg, but like, you know, in like at least like Yekaterinburg or something, you know, that's kind of big, but still kind of way cheaper. None of the studios in California. To be honest, I feel like if it would be like somewhere in the US, it would be even cheaper for them. Like sure, like the salary numbers usually are big there, but at the same time, there's like usually it's the places when there is zero taxes, there is zero welfare, zero benefits, zero unions and stuff. So if they want to throw someone out, there we go, no problems. Hey, you boy, I see. Well, I mean, yeah, for sure, it's still kind of cheaper than Europe. If anything, I feel it's more kind of like to reach for the other markets still. I would say. Yeah, comparing to Netherlands for sure, yeah. A janitor would cost them more than the entire EU studio, but considering the taxes and everything, I'm not sure, dude. Especially if they would have like zero tax or like close to it on the whole, you know, game profits, for example, compared to like what they pay in Belgium probably is way more, I would assume. So maybe it's actually better to pay janitor a lot, but get, you know, 100% of your game income, rather than pay janitor not a lot, but, you know, lose like half in taxes, for example, of your income. So, muffs. Yeah, I think Kuala Lumpur is actually kind of like Malaysia, Indonesia, like a bunch of those places. Like capital cities are like solid. They are actually like decent in terms of like salaries and prices are pretty high too. Like I looked into some of those. But yeah, obviously it's gonna be less than you get in Netherlands. Especially if it's like some sort of like working class stuff, not like some IT shit and everything. Which again, like in my opinion, like game dev and I think probably other IT like is kind of more or less the same everywhere nowadays already. Like you can't really like undercut too much because they're just gonna work remotely on some like company in California, for example. Yeah, that's how it usually goes, huh? And that's why in IT is kind of godlike in that way, but probably not as good for someone who is like paying those salaries, because yeah, you can't really undercut like, you know, too much, because people are just gonna work somewhere else. There's a lot of demand. Well, I mean, probably potentially why they were in Russia too, even though like I guess they also kind of sniped a bunch of talent around too. because they were around here like before they took off. Actually, I think like it was before I think original sin and stuff. At least Larian was here. Every major IT company wants their people in office. It depends. It depends. Like pretty much like all those hundreds of thousands of people who like lived in run away from Russia and everything. They are IT people. Most of them. Opening studio in Poland as well? Yeah, probably. Could be. Could be. I think nowadays it's more like where the talent is, to be honest. Which, you know, in some places there is just not that much. There is just not that much. Like Quebec, I heard, has a lot of like companies, and that means they probably have a lot of talent around. Dublin, Ireland, right? And Ireland has... like, even Romero is there, I think, if I remember correct. At least I remember reading an article about him just, like, you know, promoting Ireland as, like, a really good hub for game dev. So they just kind of basically opening in places where there is a scene, there are people. Same like as Saber, for example, still in Petersburg, I think. Larian was there. Let's see, Steve, let's see. Yeah, I think they do have like the better taxes for some like IT companies. They have some tax havens. Yeah. They have some tax havens for IT stuff. What else was there actually out of those? Yeah, not sure about Gent and stuff though, like Belgium and shit. I think it's just basically they're like kind of like home studios, so they just kind of there, you know, just kind of like the main office, I guess. Then yeah, Kuala Lumpur also, they might be like, a lot of like countries like in the regions that are like kind of like used to be like maybe still are, you know, developing and everything. They do farm IT a lot now because like that shit brings stones. Like all the people like Armenian like GDP and stuff in 2022 when all the Russians started moving, it just like I don't remember how much was it, like at 80% growth or something. Like this town literally just kind of like changed in over a year, pretty much, of people just moving in and stuff. So like all this is huge for like smaller countries and everything, like trying to make some sort of like the attractive infrastructure and tax havens and everything for companies like that. It does work wonders, dude. Shadows of the Damned Hell Remastered invites players to Hell again this year. There it is. The Meme Fiesta's coming back. June... no, it was the June 21st, 2011. So still no date. We'll see. No, the meme shit, man. There was the meme shit. Yeah, worst case escape the Netherlands. Well, I mean, yeah, there is some. There is some scene for the game dev too, a little. Have some people from the community there too. Capcom addresses Dragon's Dogma 2 per PC performance and microtransaction backlash. Well, that's pretty much what we kind of saw today. Large amount of CPU usage is allocated to each character and calculating the impact of their physical presence in various areas. In certain situations where numerous characters appear simultaneously, CPU usage can be very high and may affect the frame rate. We are aware that in such situations, settings that reduce GPU load may currently have a limited effect. However, we are looking into ways to improve performance in the future. Here, Kian Salo. Console versions have their own frame rate issues, as noted in our review by writer Jesse Vitelli, who noted large-scale battles are where you will see the performance on consoles take a big hit. Multiple enemies on screen and the pawn would cast a big spell, the frame rate dipped tremendously. So console also suffers. Microtransactions, they basically just address complaints about microtransactions by saying that you can just get them in game. Yeah, we were talking about that for like a couple of hours, I think, so not gonna go back into that again. Fantasy 16 Rising Tide DLC trailer promises a reason to return. Well, might be spoilers and stuff, so I guess not gonna be watching the trailer. But yeah, it's gonna be summer, wasn't it? Doesn't say here. Didn't like Yoshi P basically said that they... Oh, no, wait. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, it's the Final Fantasy 14 new expansion is gonna be in summer, and Yoshi P said that he's gonna be playing Elden Ring DLC, so... But the expansion got delayed past that. Alright, let's see. Some RPG in. I can touch the frames though. Story-rich isometric RPG set in shadowy expanse of space. Desolate planet, establish stronghold, explore space, ally with the dominate local factions. Ignite rebellion against despotic organization bent on exploiting the sector's resources and inhabitants. Yeah, the performance kind of seems yet early, very early. Oh, it's gonna be early access RPG, alright, so... We gonna wait. Immersive isometric RPG draws inspirations from classics like Fallout 2, Knights of the Old Republic, Mass Effect, Fallout New Vegas, as well as more modern titles such Wasteland 3 and Case, Colony Ship Through the Grad, and Pathfinder Kingmaker. Make RPGs too. Me too, man. Me too. Me too, dude. It's just kind of want to like muse through some sort of like concept of like very like mini RPG stuff, kind of like was it Space something too? I think it was. Yeah. Kind of like this one. This one I think is pretty much kind of like very small. Yeah, inch wide, miles deep. Intentionally short yet surprisingly deep. So like kind of something like that. So you kind of like, you know, don't spend, you know, decade working on it solo. Something that can be a very small. I'll be thinking about it. I'll be thinking about it a lot. Yeah, that one is kind of alrighty. Obviously not selling like crazy, but yeah, it was like 2 people I think making or something. Pretty much. Completely optional combat, okay to fail, focus on role-playing, sometimes the extreme, post-apocalyptic space and exploration, built on classic RPG fundaments. Still require developing all the features to 100, yep, that is true. But I think it's still kind of doable though, as in like, it's not, like the feature, like the huge part is basically like, levels, assets, the, you know, writing all the stuff and everything too. But yeah, all the like character system and everything you're still gonna need, that's for sure. This for sure. I think kind of like maybe like chapter system, right? So you just kind of like try to make something small like that, get it out there. People like maybe then can go for like, you know, chapter 2 or something when you already have all the systems in place. Just kind of like make a little another chunk, then another chunk, and then boom, there it is. And maybe some way to kind of like, you know, merge it all together. Yeah, Broken Roads got also The release date now, 10th of April. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure about the release. We'll see. We'll see. Demo was kind of okay. But yeah, that's the one that is like the Giga Yellow Desert post-apocalyptic. So, not sure. Not sure. They would send maybe I would at least kind of like small, you know, session. We'll see. We'll see, but yeah, kind of April too soon also, not sure. Can low-key hope, like, you know, summer is gonna be chill with, like, not a lot of releases and stuff, because already, like, you can't say every month, like, comes and you're like, oh man, that's gonna be a nice chill month. I just gonna, like, play some, like, Raven Dawn or something, you know. The IRLs, relax. And then, like, boom, there we go. Oh, yeah. You didn't expect that we will be giving the keys to Dragon's Dogma? Well, we do. And you actually even got one. Boom. And all that stuff. And like, dude. I mean, I like it though. I like the games. Huh? And there is so much sometimes. Oof. That's where you want, when you start like dreaming of, you know, just being able to do it like for a shitload of time every day. 100 hours of Pacific Drive. True. That was good though. That was very nice. Yeah, it already feels kind of sometimes like bad, right? When you like get so many and then you just kind of like play them for like a couple of hours in first look Friday and then just kind of like, you know, move to the next one. Yeah, you can put 100 hours in all of those. So you can't really just kind of like half-arse all of them. Kind of want to finish some. The Ultras also finished. Yeah, and recently I did finish like a bunch of stuff actually. Pacific Drive done. Dragon's Dogma Flush? No. Dragon's Dogma with when Thaumaturge is done, which I potentially maybe will finish tomorrow. Then I get back on Dragon's Dogma. I'm just gonna put it on like RPG Monday material pretty much and just kind of like slowly go through it, waiting while they patch things pretty much. So like Thaumaturge I'm probably gonna finish, maybe even tomorrow. It's just kind of like story-wise, it feels like it's still like, you know, in the beginning, but I also kind of see like the Salutars I unlocked and stuff, and I kind of heard that the game is short, and I'm just kind of like, dude, like, how is it gonna like, you know, be over now? It's impossible. It feels like it's still so much. Yeah, Gorda I need to play still. We'll see how that evolved, eh? But yeah, what else I'll finish there? What else was there? Pacific Drive done. Thaumaturge soon. Ultras, do I need to play it? I want to check it. It's gonna be a couple of hours then. I'm gonna be like playing it too much. But I'll check it. I got a DLC for it and everything too. Then again, there's also roguelikes, right? That you can play like forever, basically. Yeah, Graven, I need to finish the last chapter. Well, don't need to. I can flush it, I guess. But I also kind of got to this part already. And it shouldn't be that much left. So I might as well just finish it. Like, they should just kind of like keep the first chapter and just kind of flesh that out better and whatever. It already was like feeling like it's overstaying the welcome a little. Shit, but it's short. Well, at least not much left then. Yeah, Ultras I finished. Oh, what else was there? When was Mullet Magic actually out? Right, it's still... Actually, wait a second, is it already? No, still coming soon, so they didn't get to that. The problem with Mullet Magic is that, like, bitrate just goes to shit. Like, that was actually fun, but boy, that was dank. Breachway, I think they moved to summer. That I'm gonna be playing. That was real nice. Yeah, there is this one. We're gonna play this one actually soon too, since Sultan is gonna make the demo public, so you better all play it. Oh yeah, the Battle Juicer also out now. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it though, we'll see. I think they also kind of like sent me the key because I played the demo, but like, I don't know, I kind of didn't really like feel it too much. Yeah, Demon Loop was nice demo. That was nice. That was really nice too. Well, that was actually the Alexander in chat, I think. Is the author of a bunch of tabletops, actually. Disciples, Heavenly Lost campaign there. Heavenly Lost campaign for another boomerathon. For another boomerathon. Oh yeah, this I need to return. Didn't even uninstall it. That will be nice too. We'll get there. We'll get there. Against the Storm. Cobalt Core I finished, well, as much as you can finish roguelike, but with Cobalt Core you kinda can, actually. Oh, that we sure did, eh? Oh yeah, the Müller-Powell principle I actually had too. True. That's the demo I played, if you remember, with some of the Fiesta puzzle there, but yeah, not sure if I gotta get to that. Yeah, Necess who did Horson sent to me, but I told like I'm not sure when and if I gonna get around to that, and he was like, ah, it's fine, dude. No worries, whenever, if you want, whenever you want. We'll see, we'll see. This Ordem was nice. Dreadgear. Dreadgear DLC was a little underwhelming though, but yeah, main game and DLC done too. See, Steve, I see. Lunacid. Lunacid was all Achievos too, yeah. Lunacid I also went ham. That was good, eh? Lords of the Fallen done. Rangor I did all the content then, but they actually updated some more. I should probably return to that. I didn't even uninstall too. Got some new characters and stuff. Maybe the Sphere Machine I still have the last chapter that I also haven't uninstalled. I'll get around to that too. That's a nice one. That's a nice one. Ooh, yeah, Sentry demo. I got the Sentry is actually gonna be out soon. Will it? 25th of March, very soon. Eh? So yeah, I gonna check that out a little. That was a nice demo. Man, Dune Spies was like, kinda gonna wait until DLC like on sale or something. Gonna get it probably. They're not sending the DLCs. Seems like unlucky, man. Shaken by SMH. They sent the main game and I played it already so much. Yeah, but no DLC. Are unlucky. Terraformers, good stuff, man. Terraformers at the DLC I need to check also at some point. The first hit is free. And the Road Warden, yeah, it's there. Got it gifted. I was waiting for this moment too. Dude, Jack the Lions was so good, eh? That was so good, eh? Xenonauts also I might return when there's more content. I did finish everything that was available. That I did. Probably already on release or something. Maybe. Kind of feel like I already like played much already, kind of like Rise of the Undergrowth I played already on stream too. Yeah, that was nice. Dia was nice. In Citizen Sleeper too. Like I have some reading to do on stream. We'll get that. We'll get that too. So there is still a whole bunch of stuff to do. It's not even like a year back. There's like already so much stuff that was done and so much stuff that I actually kind of need to return to. Insane. Yeah, the Jump Light Odyssey didn't go that well, sadly. That's froze the development and everything. Had the full version too, I think. Oh yeah, Fly for Land demo. I have the full version out you also to play. that we'll do next week probably. Oh yeah, Songs of Conquest probably also gonna roll out new campaign and stuff soon, right? I was kinda expecting them to do it like in May already. For the anniversary. I wonder. It might still happen though. Well, that I'm gonna revisit too, huh? Too busy this year? Oh man, I don't know, like with indie games, like there is busy every time. Busy every time. Hey Belial. Oh, Dread Delusion, the full release? Ooh. That's also something I would love to play. It's insane, dude. So much stuff. Minecraft unveils Marketplace subscription. The possible setback users $4 a month to access a content packs that refreshes every month. Then want to subscribe to Minecraft? Interesting. I see, Belial. I need to look into it. Dread Delusion will be nice. Sony reportedly stops PSVR 2 production to clear the current backlog. Sales for the headset have also allegedly dropped every quarter since its launch. Well, surprisingly, VR not doing that well with those prices. What a twist, man. So there's so much stuff on their warehouses that they stopped production completely. What a time to be alive. That's how that's, you know, like the... I would expect the economy to work in a good way here, but it doesn't. And like we have giga supply and no demand. What we gonna do? We're just gonna wait. We're just gonna sit on that supply and wait until it slowly sells. Rather let it like rot and, you know, like gather dust in the warehouses, then try to like get some price drops or something maybe. So we can sell those VR games on PlayStation maybe and get, you know, profit from the commission, from the fees that they take. Oh, I'm actually not sure, Corset. I only see memes about that stuff. I don't know how it's actually doing, but it's Apple though, so... Like, Apple can release anything and people will buy it. Dark and Darker coming to Epic Games Store following injunction dismissal. Nexon's preliminary injunction against Iron Mace was dismissed in January. So Dark and Darker actually started to roll onto some stores. We'll see. And not Steam still, yeah. I think when the Steam comes, I wonder if it's gonna be another resurface, you know. Lies of P hits 7 million players. That's actually like, it's Game Pass, right? But like on Game Pass, mostly you see a lot of stuff like hitting like 5 million. Like even stuff that is around for years already. And Lies of P is like, boom, 7. Yeah, Lies of P was good shit, yeah. Lies of P was good shit. I did really enjoy it. Ubisoft debuts Neo NPC AI prototypes. 3 tech demos were shown to media behind closed doors. There it is. Ubisoft's efforts involves combining AI responses with narrative backstories and prompts designed to avoid making the NPCs appear soulless. There it is. The AI NPCs coming in. First challenge players to build a relationship with NPC called Bloom. A gamer has been hired to join a resistance group. Bloom is your buddy and you're encouraged to build a rapport with him. Respond to your questions and also react depending on whether you're angry, sad, boastful, anxious, and so on. Encouraged to try to explore his backstory, learn about other characters, and find out information about resistance. Ask the right question and it'll trigger scripted information relevant to the game. The objective of the demo is to enhance narrative immersion. Building a relationship would allow the player to level up their relationship meter, which would unlock more behaviors. I wonder how shit might the writing end up though then. I wonder. Like if you think about it, like it's nice though, right? They have like the NPCs world and stuff. They have a little more just like fluff around it. So you kind of like be more like believable, more like realistic, more detailed. But if that fluff is like too much and the quality of it is like kind of like irrelevant and low, then it's gonna just distract, I feel, from like the right immersion, I guess, you know. So like in the end, I guess it's still you kind of like need to kind of cull a lot of that shit from the game or like edit it, you know, in to kind of like give it direction. Because like you talk with some like random NPC, you don't like care, you know, what they like ate yesterday, you know, you don't care like about their parents or something like that. You kind of like need a little bit of like the focus you need kind of somehow. Can't get any worse than Starfield writing, I see. Kinda true, kinda true. Possibly come back with a good update. Lethal Company and Helldivers. Nah, I think games are still too different with that. The PC, the proper Steam release can actually help though. If they also get like, yeah, some update with that, some like content to kind of try to like get the players back in. It's like, basically it's just like, if they manage to get content creators on board and stuff again, get the hype back to it, then it might happen. Like it really will depend if they will manage to get content creators on board with the Dark and Darker, in my opinion. Like if people will go back into it and like, you know, return to playing, because I think Epic Release didn't do shit. I think. Like I'm watching like Raven Dawn for drops, right? And like some of the streamers also were doing before Dark and Darker and stuff. And like I see sometimes they got in recommended some Dark and Darker streams and they just kind of like did. No matter what, would it give a boost? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like it's just like they need to kind of like do push for it, a good push for it with marketing, and it's gonna be big. Yeah? Like if people will lean into, then streamers will go get the audience, you know, easily. I think like Soda even from time to time still does Dark and Darker anyway on stream, so there might be potential still. Ski from Tarkov 2 could be a Remedy revenue drops 22.2% to 33.9 million euro in 2023. Developer attributed decline to increased investments in projects including Control 2 and Max Payne remakes. Yeah, Dark and Darker was fun to play. That was some fun times. An operating loss 12 million euro. Insane. Decline in revenue and profit to increased investments. Impairment charge of 7.2 million for its project. Announced it will be changing the title from free-to-play multiplayer to a premium title last November. So they already kind of like cut some losses on that one, seems like. Challenging a year. CEO highlighted the release of Alan Wake in October as a major success for the developer. Sales started well despite competitive launch window. Expect the game to be a meaningful revenue and profitability driver for the year. Alan Wake and Control, we now have 2 established franchises, and our ambition is to grow them into franchises that have high brand recognition, steadily growing user base, more regular cadence of sequels, and ability to generate revenue and profits at a high level. They're gonna be farming that. They're gonna be farming them. EA Miniclip Jagex loot box ads broke UK advertising rules. Advertising Standards Authority upholds 3 complaints for Golf Clash, 8-Ball Pool, and RuneScape, which failed to disclose presence of loot boxes. Damn, and even the RuneScape. All 3 complaints were submitted by an academic research that specializes in game regulation, who challenged the ads because they knew the game includes in-game purchases, including loot boxes with randomized items, but this information was not included. EA had some sort of Facebook ads promoting Playdemic's free-to-play mobile game Golf Clash. Damn, son. Gotta be careful posting them ads without disclosing that you have some loot boxes in there. Shaking my SMH. Microsoft, Meta, X, and Matchback Epic say Apple ignores a court ruling. 4 tech firms joined the call to have iPhone maker fully comply with judge's rule 2 on anti-steering practices. Man, corp fighting each other, you love to see it, man. You love to see it. Let them fight. Baldur's Gate 3 sweeps 24th Annual Game Developers Choice Awards. The Independent Games Festival also took place, with Venba taking home the Sumas McNally Grand Prize. So Baldur's Gate Game of the Year, Best Narrative, Best Design, Audience Award. Zelda got Best Technology. Yuck. Alright. And the Innovation Award. I mean, that I guess, kinda. But Best Technology, man. Well, I mean, to make it run on that hardware, that's, I guess, quite the technology there. Venba won Best Debut in the Social Impact Award. Remedy picked up Best Visual Art for Alan Wake. Hi-Fi Rush took home the award for Best Audio. Many did Hogwarts get? Yeah. Probably not much. Probably not much. Anthology of a Killer received a Nova Award, which is awarded to games that make jurors think differently about games as a medium. Huh? Who'd that be? Who'd that be? Like the indie stuff outside of Venba, I don't even recognize any, I think. Damn, son. I guess I'm too mainstream now, man. I'm too mainstream. Can't tip my fedora anymore. Even though Venba, that was the Indian family one about like cooking and stuff, I think, wasn't it? Kotaku editor-in-chief exits due to parent company's new guided directive. Jen Glennon resigns after 5 months into her role, while the publication deprioritizes news. Game publication focus on game guides and deprioritize news. Firmly believe the decision to invert Kotaku's editorial strategy to deprioritize news in favor of guides is fundamentally misguided, given the current infrastructure of the site. The decision is directly contradicted by months of traffic data and shows an astonishing disregard for the livelihoods of the remaining writers and editors who work here. According to a source familiar with the matter, Kotaku staffers are expected to create 50 guides in total a week. So like this is part of the reason why you actually go in the search and you search something with like adding like Reddit to it or something like that. Because like like a lot of those like esports magazines, all those they just like they just spawn they just like spawn the search results with their shit, and it's shit. Like a lot of guides they post, there's just like a rewriting each other with no information and nothing. It's just like a bunch of water there. So they basically kind of like want Kotaku, I guess, also to try to farm the guides. Because yeah, people look for guides and information in the game. People don't look for news. No one gives a shit about news. Alrighty, Axer, enjoy, man, enjoy. Like, most of the people not looking for some, like, you know, yeah, like what... And it's hard also to get the search engine traffic with, like, news because, you know, like, people don't really, like, look for that stuff. Yeah, people might be like, they heard some rumors about something, right? Like some game coming out, for example, and they just gonna go and search for those news, maybe. And then again, they're gonna be fighting with, like, a bunch of... like websites that already, like, you know, prepared a bunch of articles about that game. Like, not exactly news, but some old articles that were written a long time ago and search engine optimized. Hey, Forever Blue. And yeah, they also go with, like, full the rage bait stuff. Like, their shit that they write is for, like, social media. They need, like, Twitter for that. They basically get, like, farm... They should farm Twitter and stuff instead of that. Like, they can't farm search engines that way. Because, like, no one searches for that stuff. So I can see the editorial direction. I can see where they try to go. They want search engine traffic. And Kotaku, with their articles and rage baiting, they get, you know, Twitter traffic, basically. And most of the time. But, like, guides, that's cancer. Like, trying to farm guides, like, dude, like, especially with in these amounts, like, those gonna be trash guides. You know it already. Like, to write guide on something, like, quality guide on something, right? You need, like, a person who actually kind of, like, knows their shit. Not in general, even. Like, not some, like, you know, someone who just in general plays a lot of games. It should be someone who actually kind of like knows the game well, who played a lot and everything. And look at the usual reviews and stuff in majority of magazines. Like they play like a few hours and they ditch. That's it. Like they can't even write a proper review. How did they supposed to write a proper guide, dude? At least review you kind of can somehow write after a few hours, at least first impression. But for guide you can't. You need like hours and hours in. Let's see. I mean, they do play, but like the thing is, like the problem is again, it's also like the guideline, like those lines, right? Like, write 50 guides in total a week. Who says that up? Like, what if there's no games that are fitting? Like, will you be writing guides for like some little game that no one cares about? Like, what they gonna be writing about? And the same with reviews too, right? Like, everyone expects the review on every title on as soon as embargo drops. Like, as soon as embargo is lifted, there should be an article, basically. Because you need to farm engines and search engines and stuff, right? And they obviously just don't have a time, most of the time. Like, you need a lot, like, even like with my stream, right? Like, I play this, like, I don't have life outside of pretty much playing stuff, right? And, like, full-time playing shit for, like, 8 hours without, you know, need to write something or something, right? Preparing some article or some shit. It's still not enough to play everything that is new. Unless you play for a couple of hours and, yeah, just write stuff based on that. I mean, Effectual also was a wiki, right? So there was still kind of, I'm pretty sure that most of the stuff there was written by actual, you know, people who go there and put stuff on the wiki. Like, not exactly some sort of, like, editor of the wiki, but some random guy who actually, like, played the game. And it still wasn't a huge quality. Still the most incorrect wiki. Is there some other one actually? Because back in the day, I remember that was pretty much like the main source of stuff. Like, I obviously haven't played that shit in a while and haven't looked into that in a while. Back in the day, there was just no other sources. Did that issue get alleviated? Let's see what it is saying. See, Akira, I see. Oh, the wiki.1, alright. I'll see. The wiki dot is good. Alright, alright. Shinji Mikami reportedly starts a new studio. Another one. Websites for Shadows of the Damned, the Hell Remastered suggest Mikami has founded Kamui Inc. A new studio, alright. And somehow also related to Shadows of the Damned. I wonder if they work together with Grasshopper on some dankness. That would be interesting. No, there's not gonna be. It's already late, man. It's already late. I'm just gonna wrap up with the news and call it a day. Just gonna wrap it up. A report. Overwatch 2 devs received 0% of profit-sharing bonuses this month. In August 2023, the team was told that it should not receive bonuses due to the game's financial shortfalls. Taking them ills, man. Not receiving a profit-sharing bonus at Blizzard Entertainment is a rarity. The employee incentive based on the fiscal performance of products and is received twice a year. Overwatch 2 developers receiving zero payouts may indicate the hero shooter's poor financial performance. I guess people don't want to buy like $20 skins. Who would have thought? Yeah, the layoffs included majority of staffers behind Overwatch 2 PvE content. The remaining team will reportedly focus on PvP and abandon any previously planned player versus environment work. I don't know who's making decisions on that, dude. Like, most successful stuff right now is basically kind of like either like full PvE or like the PvPvE. Like extraction stuff. Things like Helldivers. And they decided to just kind of like, yeah, let's go with the PvP that we already also kind of, you know, farming for that long. And at this point already kind of know how it performs, as in bad. But we're gonna focus on that, and maybe it will change. Yeah, portable, yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it seems like a lot of like those journalist websites is exactly they want to go to get on that train. Just get that search engine and traffic. Like I look for some information on some game nowadays, and that's gonna be some like dot esports. Like bro. Yep, sure. Are you gonna have some quality info on that? Yeah, the all new features got abandoned already from the second game. No, I mean, kind of like with these guys too, even. Ah, now you can see it now, though. Well, you can make it happen, probably. Dragon's Dogma Guide. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be like with the judging too early. Maybe they are like that good with that stuff, but like I don't know. You kind of go here for the insider news. And I don't think you guys are like super MLG gamers to post some guides. Maybe I'm wrong though. But problem is that all of those news sites are trying now to hop on this guide galore. What they don't understand is that that traffic source will also probably dry out then. Because like the search results are trash. You look for something, you're not gonna find stuff. Like I remember I was like missing some like outpost or something in Skull and Bones, I think, that I didn't open. And when you already have like a lot of stuff on the map open, but something is not open, and there is no like question mark on the map, you just probably kind of like didn't get close enough to mark it there. It's kind of tricky, so I started looking for info on that, and bruh. That took me a while. Like I ended up basically just finding a map pretty much, and just like kind of like trying to figure out on comparing my map and that map, what am I missing? Because just trying to search information was like, there was just a bunch of those like absolutely like dog shit like guides and everything, full of like bloat and water. Yes, they were right. Apex Legends Global Series Finals hacked and postponed. Competitive integrity of this series being compromised, we have made the decision to postpone NA Finals in this time. I'll share more information soon. So yeah, right on the broadcast, couple of pro gamers got hacked, enabling some cheats on their side, some aimbot and wall hack. It was all on the streams and everything too. But no, it wasn't easy anti-cheat. I think it wasn't. I think it was on Apex's side. Easy anti-cheat had nothing to do with it. Now look, more giga numbers that we're surely gonna see. PlayStation's Spectral Super Resolution is aiming for 4K 120 FPS and 8K 60 FPS. Yeah, we'll see about that, dude. Can we aim 1080 60 still, please? Because you guys kind of missing that quite often still, seemingly. You kind of miss that quite often, and you already go in for 4K 120 there all of a sudden. I guess they decided to jump over a couple of steps there. New Xbox dev kit rated in South Korea. So it seems like all with all the rumors that are already kind of confirmed actually even apparently and quite true that the PlayStation Pro is happening. Seems like Xbox is also preparing their own Pro of sorts. We'll see, we'll see. World of Warcraft adds Plunderstorm Battle Royale event. Well, apparently I heard that's kind of fun though. I don't know. Heard it's kind of fun. But yeah, that's quite late I guess for some Battle Royale stuff. But it's World of Warcraft, so I mean I guess. The latest Starfield update has over 500 fixes. The problem is like I feel like right now the priorities are weird. Like when when people complain about a game being completely broken, they never fix that shit. When people complain about some like fundamental issues, they start fixing shit instead of like trying to like add the stuff that would actually alleviate the problem. Like I feel at this point they really need those mod tools and they really need the DLC. And hopefully some changes that will be a little bigger. Because in terms of like bugs, performance and that stuff, I think it's kind of not bad already. I think it even was not too bad. And after already all the patches, it was already also probably quite decent. But the main problems why people complaining are still there. It's not about the bugs. Like, why didn't you fix, like, some other stuff that happened earlier? Like 76 and everything. Like, when you need to fix bugs, you pump content. When you need to pump content, you fix bugs, yeah? Bungie replaces Marathon game director with former Valorant director. So they do be switching. They do be switching some priorities, yeah? Yeah. Bungie's Marathon changes direction to have a selectable cast of heroes. So now they decided to kinda like to redo it a little bit. Core gameplay, choose your missions and complete in the game. Buy, choose your loadout, perks, abilities, gear, drop into server, hunt for loot, complete missions, explore and find secrets, extract, spend XP on updates, repeat. And people already molding even about those changes. Shifted a little since these reports, including change that will move away from custom player characters in favor of a selectable cast of heroes. So they kind of like how will that work though with extraction? So you already have like the heroes and everything. That means you kind of like don't really gear them up, I guess, sorta, or you still will be gearing them up. You know, drop in with pre-made hero. And what are you extracting then? And just basically XP and the resources for upgrade. Hyenas would be that way? Guys, it's alright. Here's a list of recent hero shooters that did well. Well, it's not like the extraction ones are doing that. That's stellar. Stardew Valley hits all-time player count, all-time high player count 8 years after release. There it is, dude. Now it 46,000 players on Steam. I think it was even higher already since then. Yeah, they got 1.6 update and Stardew on new farm, a bunch of other stuff. So people going ham. No matter what they do, you think Marathon's not succeeding? I kind of don't know. What would be right now like the way to get like some sort of live service shooter that would be successful? I feel like you can succeed with anything to some extent. The problem is that the big corp are not gonna be happy to that extent. They need like big success. Give us the money, how? Haven't charged a single dollar for those updates already either. Alright. Max Payne remakes have a budget similar to Alan Wake 2. Damn, son. That's quite the budgets then. Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes will advance the next stages of development during the first half of 2024. So Remedy could confirm more release information sometime soon. Night goes to Banya, nice. Yeah, said the close, but how close? Exact number is not known. Max Payne was nice stuff. I just don't know, like, will it be actually that kind of super worth making insane high budget remake though? I don't know. Is there that like high demand in Max Payne? Like it's nice for the remake and stuff for sure, but like that sounds quite a budget to be honest for remakes. Also make me feel they're probably gonna like change some stuff also. Let's see, Steve is saying. Yeah, I don't know if it will return the same investment on Max Payne. The Alan Wake was kind of interesting case though, because first Alan Wake wasn't really that popular whatsoever, ever. And even the remake, I think, sold kind of like shit. But I think part of the reason why we also see a lot of remakes and stuff, like people really like pogging about any kind of familiar name, even if it's like, you know, nothing big. Like Lords of the Fallen, people were waiting all... Well, the first game wasn't something to write home about. Yeah, Control for sure. Control for sure. Even though Control itself wasn't like really that huge, actually. But Control, and I think mostly just the fact that they managed to get like a bunch of that hype somehow. And a lot of that hype actually was kind of, you know, good because game was nice. And then, well, yeah, like the first game wasn't really anything crazy, so probably was quite hard to find financing for that too. But yeah, that's the thing. Like a lot of games, like Lords of the Fallen, even Dragon's Dogma. Like first Dragon's Dogma wasn't anything like super, you know, like it wasn't a wide success. Kind of same with Stalker really too. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of people being super pogue about Stalker, they have no idea what it is all about really outside of like, you know, cheeky breaky memes. It's like just interesting phenomenon in a way. A lot of games that people didn't really even like know that much about before. And sequels and remakes, they are like pogging like crazy about. Only played Anomaly Gamma? You think so? I kinda doubt it, man. I kinda doubt it. I think that stuff is already for very, like, you know, exquisite enjoyers. Like, I think it's like... It's not 95% of hype people, that's for sure. Like, I think a lot of people actually hype, considering the amount of people and amount of hype around it. Is like, people have no idea. Like, they haven't played at all. And even if they did, probably not in the mods. I really doubt it, because mods are for very, very... Especially like the... Anomaly and something. That's already for, you know... For the dang gamers, man. You're close to the original vision of Stalker. That's the thing, like, no one even knew about the Stalker until, like, not that long ago. Like, Stalker was this, like, very Eastern European, you know, the Slav stuff, basically. Like, I mean, even, like when I played, like, the English version, it was Garbo. Translation, absolute trash. Off translation missing and stuff, you know. Like, I really doubt it was something that, like, a lot of people all over, like, globally actually really did, like, play and, like, enjoy it and stuff. I have a feeling it's more kind of the meme stuff. Might be, Steve, might be. Yeah, there is that, like, absolutely, I'm excited. But, like, I feel like from wide audience, I have no idea. Where did that hype even come from? And if anything, I feel like the second game kind of, at least for now, from the looks of it, they do be leaning into that, like, new, wide, kind of casual-ish audience, I feel. It just kind of looks like it's more kind of, you know, like cinematic, more story-centered and stuff. Which, I mean, I don't mind, to be honest, as long as they still keep, you know, the atmosphere, the environmental stuff intact. Like, if it's there, good. If it's gonna be kind of like, you know, sort of Atomic Hearts open world where you just don't even want to bother with that open world. And everything is about, like, the story, sort of. I mean, even I ended up playing Stalker basically on stream. I still haven't played one of them. Because back then, everyone was super excited about it. But Stalker back home had the nickname Ждалкер from the word ждать, to wait, because it never was fucking released. And at some point I kind of already like completely lost the interest. Until like few years later I realized that it was actually out already, but I kind of was like on my MMO galore, I think. So I ended up kind of never playing it. Until I did on stream. So I just like not sure. The scale of popularity, internationally especially, is something I kind of like don't understand. I kind of feel it's like all the memes, all the videos from like, I don't know, Boris, you know, Seth and everything that played into the memes. Games that kind of drew inspiration from Stalker, like Tarkov and everything. I think that just created kind of this like image of this like super cool game that is very, very great, and like the second one will be amazing. Which, I mean, I hope so. I do hope so. And you know you had a long stream because
I love you guys.
Plays all over the place. Ah, shit, Mark, peace. Welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Yeah, this one you needed to share, man. This one you needed to share. Thank you, man. Thank you. Oh, you actually did play it because of the sets. Alright, let's see. The studio of by X-Stalker there, yeah. Yeah, just kind of know. I feel like if you get like the marketing right, just bring back some any like old name and everything that people don't even remember, but you get the marketing around it right, there's gonna be some gigapogging about it. Just need to get some people, especially like I guess content creators, to kind of be like, oh shit, it's this game, boog. And then yeah, it already goes all over the place that like it's like the next big thing. Starfield's final quest was almost missing from the game. Finally, at the state in the project where we could play through the whole game, it became very clear that we were missing the large final location that was going to tie the story together and have a satisfying action-filled payoff. Was both implementing the main quest and leading the quest design teams had absolutely no time. The entire quest design team was already overbooked. Yeah, I don't know what that team was doing, actually, though. Teamwork in Starfield was drastically oversaturated, boasting a whopping 500 developers, and it quickly became a sea of resources that couldn't be easily navigated. Final stages of Starfield came together in a rushed format out of necessity and urgency, which was pretty obvious for anyone playing through the closing chapter of the game. Last mission boasted a rinse and repeat formula, both made no sense and was dull and unsatisfying. To be honest, the whole main story was dull and unsatisfying, dude. I tell you that. The only thing on the main storyline that was kind of nice was the mission on the planet where you do the plane shift, right? When you switch between two different kind of like branches of you know, reality, sorta. That one was nice. That one was nice. Premise was good. And in general, it was good. Maybe even they could expand it a bit and it would be nicer. That was the only thing of the main quest I kinda even remember. Everything else was dog shit. Side quests, actually, mostly also were dog shit though, not gonna lie. Usually that's kind of what saves Bethesda games, but in this case even that doesn't help. Outside of maybe the Vanguard questline, that is kinda alright. That was kinda alright. Crimson Fleet, worst of them all. Think so. I mean, it was dumb in some way. I agree with that, but I think it wasn't like too bad though. I actually like dislike the most probably the Corpo one. The Corpo one was just pretty much... Well, I mean, actually, now that you think about it... nah, I think Corpo one wasn't that good. The spy stuff, yeah. They were like really half-arsed though. Like some of the things in the Corpo were kinda okay, I guess, but... Yeah, the missions themselves were kinda bad though. And I really don't remember any like side, not like the faction, not the guild, but like the side missions. The only one that could be good was the ancient colony ship, right? That was drifting without the grav drive. The concept was really good. The realization was trash. Oh yeah, Bugface, yeah. That was kind of PP, I agree. But like overall, it was kind of at least okay-ish. Like you were doing some stuff on the spaceships and everything. You know, it had a little bit, and like the final like fight also near the station and stuff was kind of at least, you know, something kind of cool, I guess. Like you're at least doing something, you know, different and something interesting a little bit. But yeah, like the Corp I dislike the most. I guess the Rangers one was kinda eh. Maybe like the I think in general was kinda meh. Like Vanguard is the only one I think that was kinda okay in terms of like action and kinda like story. Some twists were still kinda a little weird, I guess, but overall I kinda like that one, I guess. That wasn't too bad. Everything else was not that good. The superhero costume, such a big thing in side quests. Yeah, the Mantis actually wasn't that huge in Starfield. They could do a little more with Mantis, I guess. You get some lines, but like nothing super special, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. And like the last mission was bad in main quest, and the main quest in general was mostly bad. Like the only one that I remember here was the... Oh, I guess another kinda okay side one was with the colony with Genghis Khan, you know, with the ancient leaders, basically. That one was kind of alright, I guess. That one was kind of okay too, even though I think I kind of don't really like the ending there or something. Like a lot of endings, a lot of branching in the quests was kind of scuffed. Like you could see, I guess, that the quest team was overbooked. But I don't know what they were doing. It feels like I guess they all were doing like a little bit of every quest, so they just ended up with like a shitload of half-arsed quests. And none of them were actually done through and through. Feels like. Because that ancient colony one was also like clearly unfinished because there's like so much you could do with that quest, but like you just get like some little choices there. I think even Seth with his review said something about it. Like there's so much that you could do with this idea and concept, and they just kind of did like 3 choices, and like pretty much all of them are kind of like weird. So not sure exactly what they were doing. It's kind of interesting also how like proportionally to the growth of the team that was working on the game, every game gets worse and worse in terms of like story quests and stuff especially. They get more people working on them quests, and the quality just drops. Like from like Morrowind to like Oblivion already being kind of there. I mean, Skyrim still awaits. And then yeah, the Fallout's also like 3 had like good side quests there. Main story I also don't like in 3. 4 already kind of like main story as usual in Bethesda game. Side quests also I think kind of worse. Fallout 76 we're not even like touching. In that sense, it's Garbo. Despite I kind of love the game, but in terms of like quests and everything, it's like, dude. There are some good things, I guess. And this is like actually in 76, the Brotherhood of Steel quest line is kind of alright. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's like the agility of the team. Like they just kind of like try to like throw more like meat on it, but you just kind of like have like some sort of like, you know, instead of like throwing a huge army on it, you just use like a small squad of, you know, special agents that actually can do it way better. The rotating team members, or just having like different teams that connected with each other only through like, you know, basically like, oh, you like the writer, oh yeah, you need to go first to like the senior writer goes to like the writing team manager, writing manager goes to producer goes to someone else, and then they pass all of that the same way down, but in the other team, all the way down to another writer. And that all goes through like, oh, I'm busy, oh, I drink coffee, oh, I have like a day off today, oh yeah, I will do it later, and then I forget about it, and yeah, this kind of shit. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it would be so frustrating. That's actually like, who was that? The Romero and working on Doom, Carmack, I think, quit the Facebook with that shit now. Like all the VR department and everything, said I'm just kind of fucking tired dealing with like when there is like some solution or something I make and I need to wait until like all the like chain of command, you know, give me the approval and everything. So fuck those guys, I'm out. That is indeed some Gigacorp stuff there. Oh yeah, favorite news. Diablo 4's next season will change the face of the game. Can't make that face uglier, dude. It's already face only mother can love. There's still kind of like no details though, I think, right? Wasn't it? Undergoing monumental changes. Overhaul of the looting system impacts character progression. Blizzard boosted flexibility of items. Will introduce 2 all new crafting systems. Bro, why? Encourage a deeper customization of loot items and crafting systems and shit. Well, I mean, we'll see, I guess, but like, want a less loot that feels more meaningful. Well, I mean, that I guess is kind of not bad though. And gonna craft with items more. I mean, that might be kind of not too bad. We'll see though. Leveling gonna be easier, that's good at least. Stats will be simplified and more digestible than ever before. I guess that's not too bad. Like I'm usually like against the simplification in many games, but in this time I think it might be about time because like it's too much shit on the gear. All these like the bucket systems and stuff are cool, but there is already like so many fucking buckets. I don't know. The roof is leaking like completely. There is no roof already. There is buckets all over the floor. It's too much. I'm gonna fuck it up somehow, alright. Swap legendary items with other players. Rework involving a Codex of Power. Swapping legendary items with other players. Might be kinda good, might also be kinda not very good. Tweak Diablo 4 endgame, introducing tougher bosses, dungeons that will tax even the most experienced players. The thing is, like, my friend, well, I mean, he's playing, like, this season, too. Already done, probably, with it, I think, since he's molding in World of Tanks now every day. In previous season, basically, when we were still playing, they added, like, this, like, kind of rift thingy. And, like, I haven't played that one. I kind of was thinking, but I already, like, closed all the season stuff. I was like, whatever. And my friend did, and it's pretty much, like, the difficulty is already there. The only way they do difficulty now is that you just get one shot by dumb shit. That's pretty much it. And the reward you are getting for that rift is the glyph that makes you even stronger. But you already destroy shit. Like, you don't need to be stronger. You need to be, you know, tougher. Because you get one shot, but you also kill everything easily. So what's the difficulty there? You just get some dumb, like, mechanic happening and you just get destroyed instantly from some bullshit. So, like, that's not the difficulty I kinda like, for sure. Introduce new bosses. Oh, they got Andariel, right? The Andariel gonna be there, and it seems like it's gonna be dropping the same stuff as Duriel, so like, what's the point, I guess? Yeah, Duriel was like, we did farm Duriel a lot, and that was kinda alright. That system in general with Duriel was, after all the patching and everything, it was kinda okay. Like, you do a bunch of different types of content to get all the items to go summon Duriel, basically. That was kinda okay. And the thing is, like, it all also well, mostly boiled down to Duriel farm. Because that's where you get the highest item level gear. That's where you get some uniques that drop only there. That's how you get, in general, you know, like, uniques and everything. And that's where you get the Uber epics too, the Uber uniques, whatever. With a good chance. But I got 2 actually. But they're the same though, sadly. I got 2 Shakos. The Helltide stuff. The thing is, like, the Helltides weren't even like that bad later, because we kinda actually got hit by the wall with what was his name? But like the first season stuff, or was it second season? The rotten shit, whatever. All those hearts and stuff. We like that one was annoying to deal with, because you basically needed you only were getting those items from like a very limited amount of things. So like it seemed kind of like that was the easiest item because we obtained a lot while still actively playing, but when you stop actively playing, getting those was like annoying. Extended current season to May, I see. Yeah, I don't know, I think I'm kind of like done. Like, we were 3 of us playing, and like me and another friend are kind of like not really, you know, logging in already for the last season and stuff. So I'm not sure about the next one. When the expansion will be with the character, I feel we're gonna be considering. But it's also gonna cost a shitload. We'll see. We'll see. Like, I'm not in the mood, really. Like, if anything, I would rather just, like, keep my ARPG mood. Stock it up again after the burnout and, like, play, like, yeah, Path of Exile 2 or something already. Apex Legends hacker did it just for fun. There it is. Imagine if it wasn't a joke and we didn't put any beams in the cheat. I'm pretty sure you can ruin someone's career if they had a cheap cheat pop up on a tournament. He even insisted he'd picked his victims specifically because they were nice guys who deserved the free attention and views they got from the incident. Damn. Like Robin Hood right there. At this point, it's nothing if not a testament to how some hackers and malicious operators have developers on strings manipulating their games with ease. Yeah, if they actually really wanted to probably like fuck those guys up, they probably can, yeah. I lent on a vulnerability in the game to mess with the tournament and stressed that the hacks never went outside the game. So I wondered if that means that that exploit only works inside the game, not exactly remote code execution, or they just didn't want it to do it. Yeah, that shit's scary actually though. Like, I'm pretty sure like a lot of games, a lot of things, like some people probably just, yeah, they just can, if they really want, they just can press some buttons and there you go. There's gonna be some shit going on. Let's see, when do I see? Need buying the expansion, Steve? I see. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. It's like if both my friends will want on it, maybe I will also consider. But only if I will be feeling like some RPGing, because yeah, right now I just kind of played after the Diablo seasons. I'm just like, I don't want to. Like I'm maxed out. All of them, I think. Actually, no, the second one, I don't remember if I did. Oh, the Hukes. I think I finished the battle pass, but not like the quests. Or did I get the quest? I think I got the quest too or something. I think so. I think I did. I just kind of like, no. No. Dropping around the SOA expansion? Probably, yeah. It was June or something, right? I already don't remember what they said there with that stuff. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Assassin's Creed Jade delayed until 2025, report says. There it is. Tencent redeployed hundreds of people from the team developing Assassin's Creed Jade. Instead, devs are now working on mobile party game Dreamstar. Alright. Well, I mean, yeah, there is also like... There was no even release date in the first place, so... I mean, is it even a delay then? Let's see, focus, let's see. Another Assassin's Creed, oh, there's gonna be a lot of them. There's how many in the works now? Like 5 or something? Assassin's Creed games, basically. Phone and the full-blown ones, so... Yeah, no. That's gonna be even worse, probably. Well, actually, we'll see, I guess, if the industry will get out of the current shit. Maybe it will get a bit better, but right now everyone is pivoting just to kind of like making things that actually work for them. And for Ubisoft, that's pretty much like Assassin's Creed galore. That shit works real good for them. Warzone Mobile is now available for iOS and Android. There it is. Warzone is there too now. Star Wars Outlaws rated high in Korea for speculative behavior. 19 plus. Star Wars Outlaws includes a realistic simulation of speculative behavior. There is also a mini-game with content of in-game betting and dividends. Well, I mean, that's kind of expected. If you're gonna have, like, you know, fucking Little Job at the Hut there and everything, with all those casinos and stuff going. I mean, it's about outlaws after all, so... I guess. Resident Evil 9 possibly going for open world, it's claimed. Let's see. Dragon's Dogma 2 expanded Resident Evil engine functionality for open world games. Yeah, we all see how this functionality works right now. 2 other games building on this tech is Monster Hunter Wild and Resident Evil 9. Ooh. Are we expecting the same performance and stuff then, I wonder, in those? I wonder. Xbox is prototyping a native Xbox handheld, it's claimed. I mean, there were rumors before also that like the Surface team, I think, is working on something Xbox related. I mean, just in general, kind of like decent Windows machine that is portable would be very nice, I feel. Because like there's obviously Steam Deck going. There is actually kind of like, I wouldn't say boom, I guess, but like a lot of like the small form factor PCs coming out also, like the monoblocks and stuff. A lot of that stuff being in the works. So yeah, I think there is a good market for that stuff. Not a cloud handheld, but fully native Xbox handheld. So like, which is good. I don't know who has why people buy PlayStation Portal. The full-fledged device would be better, that's for sure. The bad open world, good open world, the map markers and checklists. Yeah, I mean, open world games might be really good, but like there's way more bad examples than good examples, sadly. Sadly. And also we still kind of, you know, I don't know, maybe not already, but I thought Resident Evil is supposed to be horror. It's kind of harder to do like the, you know, the horror elements in the open world game. But I guess they kind of already like, you know, getting away from the horror stuff sorta, and it's more kind of just the regular, you know, shooter with monsters or something. So not sure. Because in many games it's like better to focus, you know, on like directed approach. Like in action games even, like Rage 2 for example, right? Rage 2 had combat done by id Software. It was really good combat. It was like a very well-made shooting and stuff. The abilities, usage and everything was good there. But it wasn't a fucking open world. So like every encounter is uninspired as possible. Just like another settlement. You go in, there's a bunch of like bandits there or something. Like the fights are not directed, you know, placements of enemies are like kind of random. They just walking around the settlement and stuff, right? So like fights are like, they don't use this like good, you know, well-made fighting system to the full extent because like it's just like random. And with horror, I think it's even worse. Like how you can make like scary, you know, environment when like everything is like completely random and undirected. I mean, somewhat might be possible though, right? But that would be like, I can only see some cheap ways, right? As in like some like spawns somewhere like right on top of you or behind you or something like that, right? Like in the directed environment with like kind of like everything like set. Like you have a director pretty much kind of like in the movie who will prepare, you know, the scene and make it like kind of impactful and scary. Like I just don't feel like Resident Evil is that much of a like, you know, kind of exploration game. I think open world is like nice and justified when there is like good material for exploration. When there's like a lot of like areas that you can get that will be significant for the world and stuff. Kind of like Stalker, let's say, right? Like the Stalker open world is good because like it's immersion. It's immersive. Exploring stuff basically also kind of like adds to that immersion and everything. And it's just kind of like feels natural in Stalker because it's the game about the zone. The zone is the main hero. He's the protagonist basically, is the zone of Stalker, and you explore the zone, and that feels good. In many games, I feel like open world is just like not needed whatsoever, and just makes it worse, if anything. Instead of having like concentrated action, you know, directed, fine-tuned, you know, proper experience that is also not padded and stretched and bloated. The Night City is the real protagonist in Cyberpunk. And I do also kind of still think that Cyberpunk probably would be better if it would be also like a little kind of more, you know, corridor. Maybe more segments at least where they put you into kind of some sort of like directed, you know, environment. But it's not bad there though. It's not that bad. Yeah, open world needs to be justified for sure. Like in many games, I think it's not. In many games, it's just there. Like the best example for me always is Sinking City. Like the open world there, like you can just like, you know, take it away and it only gets better. Because it's literally like the most uninspired, shitty quests possible that lead you to the open world. And other than those quests, you don't even need to go there. Like you go there to get some like resources or something and to do some side quests. And side quests are mostly actually go like fetch something or kill some amount of mobs or fetch some amount of resources, right? And I think in my playthrough, after like doing maybe like one side quest, I just focused on the main story, and that was amazing, and that was good. And I didn't ever need to look at that open world stuff. And I was absolutely useless there. If you already are it, then at least like make it like kind of like Bethesda open worlds, I guess. Just get, you know, like some things happening there. That's like what is actually kind of cool about the Bethesda open world stuff. Especially like some Fallouts and everything, is like there's constantly some stuff going on, and you can constantly like get into some situations that are just like, it's like interesting to observe. Like you just go somewhere, then there's like boom, there's like spawned one gang, and then there's another one, and they fighting each other, and then some like weird stuff happens. You can just sometimes just like, you know, just stay and observe what's happening. Like I remember there was one settlement in Fallout 4. It had like this like road bridge right next to it. And whenever there was attack on that settlement, I was actually going there, and I was actually just like looking at that stuff. Because it was always some fiesta going on. Like that the drawbridge was like always like either someone like someone spawns in some wrong place, someone falls, some other stuff going on. Like I was always just like going there and just like in stealth just watching at this shit, because that was just amusing. There's a lot of like emergent gameplay, right? Like emergent situations that you don't even need to do anything, they just happen in the open world. Not to mention that there's also like, you know, like a bunch of side quests that you can encounter that are really cool too. There is a bunch of kind of lore that goes into the whole like in the like the universe stuff. Even though sometimes they like, I think Bethesda already overdid with that lore though, to be honest. They just built like there is already like the whole lore for like those like companies that represented in the game, like the Nuka-Cola lore, like with books over books of that stuff. Like I don't give a shit, dude, about the Nuka-Cola lore or something, or like some tools company or something. Like that was literally something that was just kind of like a logo on like some item in old Fallouts, and there's already like a whole like story about that, which I mean I guess it's kind of all right for like the fluff around the universe and everything, but like that's not something I would want to explore, let's put it that way. Or like loads of those like useless emails or something, like that I don't really like in the games, to be honest. I guess it's nice that they exist, but those I rarely read. Like I like reading in games, right? And I try to get into like all the lore bits possible. But in Bethesda games, they overdo it, that, honestly, in my opinion. There's just like way too much book material and read material. A little too much for my taste. But some people love it, I guess, though, so I guess. Yes, Dave, yeah, kinda. Bethesda actually does it good, in my opinion. Like, open world stuff. Out of everyone, they do it good. I give them that. Except Starfield, obviously. Except Starfield, huh? Yeah, Gastamani, yeah, true, I do agree. But I would rather get like some more meaningful, you know, like notes and everything. That would be kind of more like contributing to like significant lore, I guess. Let's put it that way. Like I understand kind of having all this fluff to like make the world like more livable and everything, feeling more whole. That's a good thing actually to do. Which I think in maybe in Elder Scrolls they did good with it. In Fallout they didn't, because like there is still this kind of like sort of disconnect, because like the games that Bethesda did, they kind of completely ignored the existence of original Fallouts and New Vegas. Like they kind of like barely mentioned whatsoever. Like that is barely mentioned, and the rest of the world is barely mentioned. Like what happened, you know, in Europe, there is just a little bit, and I think whatever we know about those other regions of the world, right, it's mostly information from original Fallouts, not something Bethesda did. So they kind of just like spotlight on this like current region of the game. And I guess between 3 and 4, they do have a little kind of like connection and exchange of information. But mostly it's just like the spotlight on the current place, and that's it pretty much. Let's keep going. Today's like the tangent galore. Road to Vostok's next demo is shaping up to be impressive. Man, this is one of those that looks kind of like too good to be true. We'll see, I guess, though. Yeah, that's the kind of stalker-ish thing. Like going through, from Finland to Russia, I guess, with also some sort of like weird zone-like things going on. And it's made by one guy. And it also was, by that same one guy, was also fully ported from Unity to Godot. And like, I don't know, it's like, it's like, it's too good to be true, man. I still kind of don't believe it. For the public demo 2 development was kind of tunnel vision because I was just building those core mechanics one by one and focusing on individual features. After this demo, I can start opening the aperture to other important topics like game design, level design, atmosphere, and so on. So another demo coming. We'll see. It was pretty popular one, apparently. It's like all those, like, you know, grim, kind of like, you know, Eastern European, Slavic, post-apocalyptic vibes are still working good, man. First demo, wasn't it? How you played it? That's the thing. I kind of feel it's just like it's such a huge, you know, endeavor to do it all alone with also with the engine switch and everything that like I just still kind of can't believe. It's either gonna be still like, you know, years and years and years after that, or I don't even know. Yep, I have an idea, but that's the curious stuff. Like when we read the interview with Balatro guy, for example, like dude basically like barely played games, haven't played a single deck builder, and he just made a deck builder that just kind of fucking killed it, you know. Just because like a lot of things that he did probably was actually something not inspired, not kind of like copied, you know, from the other deck builders. Sì, vai sì. Yeah, I have an idea. Well, I mean, games are art. You can see you can look at the piece of art and you won't understand whatsoever, and there will be in the same time people who will be like, "Oh my god, that is so deep," you know. Kind of same, and in some things people, like, no one will understand shit outside of the artist, so that happens too. Toys for Bob and Xbox sign agreement for new game, report claims. So guys went independent, but basically still gonna be working with Windows, with Microsoft. Except now they're gonna work with them, I guess, directly instead of working through the Activision Blizzard stuff. Toys for Bob culture didn't gel well with Activision's oft restrictive corporate mandates, and they were excited for the opportunity to spin out as independent in agreement with Microsoft. That is smart though, because you basically like have like already existing big corporate structure that just got attached to another already existing big corporate structure. So why not you kind of, you know, like get some part of one and just directly connect to another one and just skip the middleman there. No, Bungie went? Yeah, I guess. Some mechanics feel barely functional. I think that is quite common though with like a lot of people. Like, they don't really play games that much. Like, they just kind of like have some sort of like maybe some very outdated kind of knowledge about things that when they actually played. And then they become like, you know, kind of professional game devs that only pretty much do the game dev. And like, you work full time, for example, right? Making games, and then you come home and you have like some free time and like, you know, family and everything, let's say. And yeah, you're not gonna have, as we already know, right? You're not gonna have a lot of time to explore like different games, especially of different genres and everything and different types. And yeah, it's gonna be hard. pullback check to weed issues like that out. Technically, playtesting should, but also the thing is, like, again, there's like probably issue with the Giga corporate structure. There is just like a lot of like game designers, let's say, or something, right? Gameplay designers and stuff. Well, I mean, yeah, like sometimes there's just game designer, right? Who basically like takes over everything, like prototyping, even, you know, of the mechanic, let's say, interacting with like coders, with artists and stuff, right? And sometimes there is even a game design already split into multiple departments. There's like, you know, economy game designer, there's like the gameplay designer, you know, like a whole bunch. Not to mention like there's also like someone with like the story and everything. And so basically like everything is becoming so like split, I guess, I assume. And then when you try to mix it all, then it all kind of becomes a little weird. Not to mention if someone says like, you know, well, playtester, I guess, like, yo guys, that kind of like probably could be better. And then you need to again probably go back to the table, rearrange a whole bunch of stuff, and no one wants to do that. And there is also like, because of so many people working, I feel like there is also like way less of a like, you know, personal responsibility for how things go and work, right? Like it's just a lot of people who are just like the cogwheels in the system. They don't not get any attribution for what they made, and they also feel less responsible for what they make. They just like go there, they work, they get paid, they get like resume, you know, and everything, and they don't give a shit. They just want this to, you know, to like deliver, you know. They want to release and forget about it, probably get paid. Like when it's like a small studio and stuff, then, you know, you kind of like you answer with your name, like it's you did it. Well, yeah, and then there's also like the chase for the trends and stuff, right? We need to like shove the crafting in and stuff, let's say, right? We need to shove like some open world in, that kind of stuff. When it's like a smaller studios, then already like different issue. There is not enough playtesting, right? Like they can't afford the proper playtesting and stuff. And like the playtesting in Dink Studios is basically like, you know, they get like a bunch of people, they get them for like sometimes few days. They do multiple play sessions. They have like either like, you know, like the game designers and stuff like observing all that, how they play. Like the testers comment, kind of like stream basically for game designers in a way, right? Like how their like thought and vision of all this stuff goes. Like they get in this room, like where they look first, you know, what's their like flow of mind basically, like how they proceed in this room and everything. Like obviously indie not gonna be able to afford something like that. And I guess the big ones also, yeah, no one wants to take responsibility for some mechanic not working or something. And I mean, I don't know. Like it's all up to you know, like the personal interpretation of things. Like some people like mechanics, like some of them don't. Like maybe you got like the playtesters that said it's perfect, and then it's perfect because it was like separate from the rest of the gameplay. Like it was just like a room with enemies, for example. And that room was actually, you know, prototyped and made by like the level designer, like specifically meticulously and stuff, and it's good. But then in the actual game, it's just open world with like randomly generated enemies all over the place, and it just feels like shit. It's like a lot of nuance in that, and the bigger the game gets, the bigger the team gets, the harder I feel it to make it all work. Like I wouldn't want to work in something like that. Because when you need to like kind of like elevate your issue, then it gets, you know, de-elevated in another department, and then it goes all the way again. It's just like it's good, I guess, to just like already sit there on the salary, you know, which also becomes kind of hard nowadays with all the layoffs, I guess. Too much stress, not a lot of benefits really. Like it's better to have some sort of personal responsibility, but at least, you know, you kind of know what you're doing and directly interact with everyone involved. That would be good. That would be good. So you can just like gather with the team, sit down and like talk and discuss that stuff and try to make something happen. That would be cool. That would be cool. Alrighty, portable already. Have a good one. Yep, I'm pretty much done though. So let's get the raid. Just gonna double check here.